Section 61 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Henry Marchant, Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library, Boston, January 7, 1772. Sir, I wrote you soon after your departure from hence, but am lately informed by Mr. F. Dana that you have not received my letter. He has put me in the way of a more sure direction, under an enclosure to Messrs. Trecothick and Apthorpe. By our last vessels from London, we have an account of the choice of Mr. Nash for the Lord Mayor, and that he was brought in by ministerial influence. It gives great concern to the friends of liberty here that any administration, much more such as the present appears to be, should have an ascendancy in the important elections of that city, which has heretofore by her independency and incorruption been the great security of the freedom of the nation. It is questionable, however, whether the ministry would have gained their point if they had not, according to the Machiavellian plan, accomplished a division among those who profess to be patriots. The same art is now practiced by their tools and dependents on this side the water. They have been endeavoring to excite a jealousy among the colonies, each one of the others, and in great measure brought it about by the unfortunate failure of the non-importation agreement. Perhaps every colony was faulty in that matter in some degree, but neither chose to take any of the blame of it to itself, and to shift it off, each cast the whole upon the others. The truth is, there were so many of the merchants under the court influence in all of them, as that they were able to defeat the plan, and for that reason I was doubtful from the beginning of the success of it. The agents of the ministry have since been trying to persuade the people to believe that they are sick of their measures and would be glad to recede, but cannot, consistent with their own honor, while the colonies are clamoring against them. They would, therefore, have us to be quite silent, as though we enjoyed our rights and liberties to the full, and trust that those who have discovered the greatest perseverance in every measure to enslave us, will, of their own accord, and without the least necessity, give up their design. This soothing and dangerous doctrine, I fear, has had an effect in some of the colonies, but I am in hopes that those who have been ready to trust to the false promises of courtiers begin to see through the delusion. It was impossible that many persons could be catched in such a snare in this province, where absolute despotism appears to be continually making large strides with barefaced impudence. It will not be easy to convince this people that the ministry have in their hearts any favor towards them, while they are taking their money out of their pockets and appropriating it for the maintenance of a governor who, because of his absolute dependence upon them, will always yield obedience to their instructions, and a standing army in their capital fortress, over which that governor, I presume to say, dares not exercise any authority, though invested with it by the charter, without express leave from his masters. Administration must be strangely blind indeed, or they must think us the most foolish and ductile people under heaven, in which they are greatly mistaken, to imagine that in such a condition we are to be flattered with hopes of any kind disposition of theirs towards us. The governor and other friends to the ministry, or rather friends to themselves, would fain have it thought that England, that the people in general, are easy and contented, or to use the words of his speech at the opening of the last session, that they are returned to good order and government. This may tend to establish him in his seat as one who can carry the most favorite points, but nothing can afford greater evidence to the contrary than the general contempt and indignation with which his proclamation for an annual thanksgiving was treated, because we were therein exhorted to return thanks to Almighty God that our religious and civil privileges were continued to us, and that our trade was enlarged. It is said, and I believe it to be a fact, that full 2/3 of the congregational clergy refused to read the proclamation, and perhaps not more of them than appeared the last spring in favor of the pompous congratulatory address. That is, not a 6th part of them took any notice of those clauses in the religious services of the day. It is for the interest of the crown officers here, who are dependent upon the ministers, to make them believe that they have, by their art and policy, reconciled the people to their measures. And if the nation is so far misled as to believe so, the ministry may avail themselves of it. But if the contrary should happen to be true, as it appears to me to be, such events may sooner than we are aware of it take place, as may afford the nation grounds to repent of her credulity. It may be thought arrogant for an American thus to express himself, but let Britain consider that her own and her colonies' dependence is at present mutual, which may not and probably will not be the case in some hereafter. Why should either side hasten on the alarming crisis? I am a friend to both, but I confess my friendship to the latter is the most ardent. They have in time past, and if by the severe treatment which the colonies have received, confidence in the mother country is not in too great a degree lost, they may still, for some time to come, administer to each other's happiness and grandeur. This, in my humble opinion, greatly depends upon a change of ministers and measures which it is not in my power, and I presume not in yours, however earnestly we both may desire it, to accomplish. I wait in daily expectation of a letter from you. End of section 61.
Section 62 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bo Wood. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Arthur Lee, January 14, 1772. Sir, your latest letter to me is of the 10th June, since which I have several times written to you and have been impatiently waiting for your farther favors. I suppose by this time the Parliament is sitting for the dispatch of business, and we shall soon discover whether administration have had it in their hearts, as we have been flattered, to recede from their oppressive measures and repeal the obnoxious revenue acts. Is it not a strange mode of expression, of late years made use of, that administration intends that this law shall be enacted or that repealed? It is language adapted to the infamy of the present times, by a nation which boasts of the freedom and independency of her parliaments. I believe almost any of the American assemblies would highly resent such an imperious tone, even in the Honorable Board of Commissioners of the Customs, who, I dare say, think themselves equal in dignity, at least in proportion to the different countries, to His Majesty's Ministers of State. A Bostonian, I assure you, would blush with indignation to hear it said that His Majesty's Commissioners of the Customs, though perhaps they are of His Excellency's Privy Council, had held a consultation at Butcher's Hall upon the affairs of the province, and that they had come to a conclusion that the House of Representatives should rescind their late protest against any doctrines which tend to give royal instructions to the governor the force of laws. This protest, it is said, His Majesty's wise ministers were so hugely affronted at as to alter their determination upon a question in which the fate of the British nation was involved, namely, whether our General Assembly should sit at Cambridge or in Boston. I confess this was a question of such astonishing importance to the millions of Britons and their descendants, and decided, no doubt, with such refined discrimination of judgment, that is not so much to be wondered at if all national wisdom is to be ascribed to such a bed of counselors, who seem to have possessed themselves of all national power. But as the circumstances of things may alter, and His Majesty may be obliged through necessity to have recourse to men of common understanding, when these are gone to receive their just rewards in another life, would it not be most proper that the Parliament should be at least the ostensive legislature, for there is danger in precedence, and in time to come the supreme power of the nation may be the dupes of a ministry, who may have no more understanding than themselves. It has been said that the King's ministers have for years past received momentary hints respecting the fabrication of American revenue laws and other regulations from some very wise heads on this side of the water, and particularly of this place. And perhaps Great Britain may be more indebted to some Bostonians or residents in Boston than she may imagine, however reproachfully she may have spoken of them. Bernard publicly declared that he did not obtrude his advice on His Majesty's ministers unasked, and therefore we may naturally conclude that my Lord of Hillsborough, sublime as his understanding is, the minister in the department stood in need of and asked his advice. When the baronet journalized the necessary measures of administration for the colonies, which he retailed in weekly and sometimes daily letters to his lordship. On his departure, he recommended Mr. Hutchinson, though a Bostonian, born and educated, as one upon whom his lordship might depend as much as upon himself. And in this one thing, I believe Bernard wrote the truth. For if they have not equal merit for their faithful services to administration, Mr. Hutchinson, I verily believe, has the greatest share. It is whispered here that the Honorable Board of Commissioners have represented to administration that the present revenue is not sufficient to answer all demands, which are daily increasing, and therefore it will be necessary for their lordships to establish an additional fund. This is an important hint which may relieve their lordships unless a new maneuver should succeed, of which we have an account in the Boston Gazette enclosed. By a vessel just arrived from London, the friends of government, as they call themselves, pretend that they have certain assurances from administration that in 3 months we shall not be troubled with commissioners or standing armies. This, if we could depend on court promises, would afford an agreeable prospect. But the root of all our grievances is the Parliament's taxiness, which they cannot do but upon principles repugnant to and subversive of our Constitution. If their lordships, the ministry, would be pleased to repeal the Revenue Acts, they would strike a blow at the root. The grand design of our adversaries is to lull us into security and make us easy while the acts remain in force, which would prove fatal to us. I have written in great haste and am sincerely your friend and humble servant. End of section 62, recording by Bo Wood.
Section 63 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, January 20, 1772. Messrs. Eads and Gill. In the Massachusetts Gazette of the 9th instant, Kronos attempts to prove that the Parliament's laying duties upon trade for the express purpose of raising a revenue is not repugnant to and subversive of our Constitution. In defense of this proposition, he proceeds to consider the nation as commercial, and from thence to show the necessity of laws for the regulation of trade. In the nation he includes Great Britain and all the colonies, and infers that these acts for the regulation of trade should extend to all the British dominions to prevent one part of the national body from injuring another. And, says he, if laws for the regulation of trade are necessary, who so proper to enact them, etc., as the British Parliament, or to dispose of the fines and forfeitures arising from the breach of such acts? And then he tells us that as a number of preventive officers will hereupon become necessary, the Parliament have thought proper to assign to His Majesty's revenue the profits arising on the duties of importation for the payment of those officers. This is Kronos's method of reasoning, to prove that because it is necessary that the Parliament should enact laws for the regulation of trade, about which there has as yet been no dispute that I know of, and because it is proper that such preventive officers as shall be found needful to carry those laws into execution should be paid out of the fines and forfeitures arising from the breach of them. Therefore the Parliament hath a right to make laws imposing duties or taxes for the express purpose of raising a revenue in the colonies without their consent, and that this is not, as is alleged by our patriots, repugnant to or subversive of our Constitution. Everyone may easily see how Kronos evades the matter in dispute and aims at amusing his readers according to his usual manner by endeavoring, and that without a shadow of argument, to prove one point instead of another which is quite distinct from it, and which he ought to prove but cannot. He is indeed sensible that his artifice is seen through, that it will be urged, that he has evaded the chief difficulties, and that the objection doth not lie against the regulation of trade, but against the imposing duties for the express purpose of raising a revenue. And he is full ready to remove this objection. But how? Why, by asking a question, which he often substitutes in the room of argument. Are we not, says he, fellow subjects with our brethren at home, and consequently bound to bear a part, according to our ability, in supporting the honor and dignity of the crown? It is allowed that we are the subjects of the same prince with our brethren at home, and are in duty bound as far as we are able to support the honor and dignity of our sovereign, while he affords us his protection. But does Kronos from thence infer an obligation on us to yield obedience to the acts of the British Parliament, imposing taxes upon us, with the express intention of raising a revenue to be appropriated for such purposes as that legislative thinks proper, without our consent? Oh, says he, there is good reason for this. What is the good reason? Why, if we will not consent to do anything ourselves, our money will be taken from us without our consent. This is conclusive argument indeed, and then he, as it were, imperceptibly glides into that which has ever appeared to be his favorite topic, however impertinent, to the present point, viz., an independent support for the governor. He boldly affirms, what is a notorious untruth, that we are unwilling to pay His Majesty's substitute in such a manner as should leave him that freedom and independency which is necessary to his station, and with which he is vested by the Constitution. And therefore the Parliament hath a right to enable his Majesty to pay his substitute out of a revenue extorted from us against our consent. If his premises were well grounded, his conclusion would not follow, and the question would still remain, to which Cronos has not attempted to give any rational answer, namely, by what authority doth the Parliament these things, and who gave them this authority? Thus we still continue to dispute the authority of the Parliament to lay duties and taxes upon us with the express purpose of raising a revenue, as repugnant to and subversive of our Constitution, and for a reason which I dare say Cronos will never get over, namely because, as he himself allows, we are not represented in it. The English Constitution, says Baron Montesquieu, has liberty for its direct object, and the Constitution of this province, as our own historian informs us, is an epitome of the British Constitution, and it undoubtedly has the same end for its object. Whatever laws, therefore, are made for our government, either in a manner or for purposes subversive of liberty, must be subversive of the end of the Constitution, and consequently of the Constitution itself. No free people, as the Pennsylvania farmer has observed, ever existed or ever can exist without, to use a common but strong expression, keeping the purse strings in their hands. But the Parliament's laying taxes on the colonies for the express purpose of raising a revenue takes the purse strings out of their hands, and consequently it is repugnant to and subversive of the end of our Constitution. Liberty. Mr. Locke says that the security of property is the end for which men enter into society, and I believe Cronos will not deny it. Whatever laws, therefore, are made in any society tending to render property insecure must be subversive of the end for which men prefer society to the state of nature, and consequently must be subversive of society itself. But the Parliament, in which the colonies have no voice, taking as much of their money as it pleases and appropriating it to such purposes as it pleases, even against their consent, and as they think repugnant to their safety, renders all their property precarious, and therefore it is subversive of the end for which men enter into society, and repugnant to every free constitution. Mr. Hooker, in his Ecclesiastical Polity, as quoted by Mr. Locke, affirms that laws they are not, which the public approbation hath not made so. This seems to be the language of nature and common sense, for if the public are bound to yield obedience to the laws to which they cannot give their approbation, they are slaves to those who make such laws and enforce them. But the acts of Parliament, imposing duties with the express purpose of raising a revenue in the colonies, have received every mark of the public disapprobation in every colony, and yet they are enforced in all, and in some with the utmost rigor. The British Constitution, having liberty for its object, is so framed as that every man who is to be bound by any law about to be made may be present by his representative in Parliament, who may employ the whole force of his objections against it if he cannot approve of it. If after fair debate it is approved of by the majority of the whole representative body of the nation, the minority by a rule essential in society, and without which it could not subsist, is bound to submit to it. But the colonies had no voice in Parliament when the revenue acts were made. Nay, though they had no representatives there, their petitions were rejected because they were against duties to be laid on, and they have been called factious for the objections they made, not only against their being taxed without their consent, which was a sufficient objection, but against the appropriation of the money when raised to purposes which, as the farmer has made to appear, will supersede the authority in our respective assemblies, which is most essential to liberty. Representation and legislation, as well as taxation, are inseparable according to the spirit of our Constitution and of all others that are free. Human foresight is incapable of providing against every accident. A small part of the nation may be at sea, as Cronos tells us, when writs are issued out of the election of members of Parliament, and to admit that they, after their return, should be exempt from any acts of Parliament, the members of which were chosen in their absence, would be attended with greater evil to the community, the safety and welfare of which is the end of all legislation, than the misfortune of their voluntary absence, if it should prove one, could be to them. I say, if it should prove a misfortune to them, for those acts being made by the consent of representatives chosen by all the rest of the nation, it is presumed they are calculated for the good of the whole, of which they, as a part, must necessarily partake. But the supposed case of these persons is far different from that of the colonists, who are not by a voluntary choice of their own, but through necessity, not by mere accident, but by means of the local distance of their constant residence, excluded from being present by representation in the British legislature. Cronus allows that by means of their distance they are become incapable of exercising their original right of choosing representatives for the British Parliament. If so, they cannot, without subversion of the end of the British Constitution, be bound to obedience, against their own consent, to such laws as are there made, especially such laws as tend to render precarious their property, the security of which is the end of men's entering into society. If they are thus bound, they are slaves and not freemen, but slavery must certainly be repugnant to the Constitution, which has liberty for its direct object. If the supreme legislative of Great Britain cannot consistently with the British Constitution or the essential liberty of the colonies make laws binding upon them, and Cronus, for aught I can see, has not attempted to make it rationally appear that it can, it is dangerous for the colonies to admit any of its laws. For however upright some may think the present Parliament to be in intention, they may ruin us through mistake arising from an incurable ignorance of our circumstances. And though Cronus may be so singular as to judge the present revenue acts of Parliament binding upon the colonies to be salutary, the time may perhaps come when even he may be convinced that future ones may be oppressive and tyrannical, not only in their execution, but in the very intention of those that may make them. Cronus says that he has all along taken it for granted that the kingdom and the colonies are one dominion. If so, he must allow the colonies to take it for granted that they have an equal share with the inhabitants of Britain in the rights belonging to this one dominion, and particularly in the cardinal right of being represented in the supreme legislature. But that right, he says, they are incapable of exercising, by reason of their distance. We all agree in this, and it is not their fault. Why then should they not have the right of legislating for themselves, as well as that other part of this one dominion? Why, truly, we have a right of choosing an assembly which, with the concurrence of His Majesty's governor, hath the power of enacting local statutes, establishing taxes, etc., yet still in subordination to the general laws of the empire, reserving the full right of supremacy and dominion, which are in themselves unalienable. If I understand his meaning in this dark expression, it is this: we have a right of choosing an assembly, but this assembly is controllable in all its acts by another assembly, which we have no right to choose, and which has this right of control in itself unalienable. But the question still recurs, how came this right to be in the British Parliament? Cronus says that, admitting that we are all one dominion, there is and must be a supreme, irresistible, absolute, uncontrolled authority in which must reside the power of making and establishing laws, and all others must conform to it and be governed by it. But if we are all one dominion, or if I understand him, the members of one state, though so remotely situated, the kingdom from the colonies, as that we cannot all partake of the rights of the supreme legislature, why may not this irresistible, absolute, uncontrolled, and controlling authority in which the jura summi imperii, or the rights of the government, reside, be established in America, or in Ireland, as well as in Britain? Is there anything in nature, or has Ireland or America consented that the part of this one dominion called Britain shall be thus distinguished? Or are we to infer her authority from her power? But it must be, and Cronus gives us no other reason for it than his bare affirmation that the King, Lords, and Commons of Great Britain form the supreme legislature of the British dominions. And, he adds, to say that each of the colonies had within itself a supreme independent legislature, and that nevertheless the kingdom and the colonies are all one dominion, is a solecism. Let him then view the kingdom and the colonies in another light, and see whether there will be a solecism in considering them as more dominions than one, or separate states. It is certainly more concordant with the great law of nature and reason, which the most powerful nation may not violate and cannot alter, to suppose that the colonies are separate, independent, and free, than to suppose that they must be one with Great Britain and slaves. And slaves they must be, notwithstanding all which Cronus has said to the contrary, if Great Britain may make all laws whatsoever binding upon them, especially laws to take from them what portions of their property she pleases, without and against their consent. I shall make further remarks upon Cronus when I shall be at leisure. Candidus. End of section 63.
Section 64 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, January 27, 1772. A complete draft of this article is in the Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. Messieurs Eads and Gill, I have observed from Baron Montesquieu that the British Constitution has liberty for its direct object, and that the Constitution of this province, according to Mr. Hutchinson, is an epitome of the British Constitution. That the right of representation in the body that legislates is essential to the British Constitution, without which there cannot be liberty, and Cronus himself acknowledges that the Americans are incapable of exercising this right. Let him draw what conclusion he pleases. All I insist upon is that the conclusion cannot be just that the Parliament's laying duties upon trade with the express purpose of raising a revenue is not repugnant to or subversive of our Constitution. This doctrine, though long exploded by the best writers on both sides of the Atlantic, he now urges, and he is reduced to this necessity in order to justify or give coloring to his frequent bold assertions that no one has attempted even to infringe our liberties, and to his ungenerous reflections upon those who declare themselves of a different mind as pretended patriots, overzealous, intemperate politicians, men of no property, who expect to find their account in perpetually keeping up the wall of contention. But after all that Cronus and his associates have said or can say, the people of America have just grounds still to complain that their rights are violated. There seems to be a system of tyranny and oppression already begun. It is therefore the duty of every honest man to alarm his fellow citizens and countrymen and awaken in them the utmost vigilance and circumspection. Jealousy, especially at such a time, is a political virtue. Nay, I will say it is a moral virtue, for we are under all obligations to do what in us lies to save our country. Tyrants alone, says the great Vatel, will treat as seditious those brave and resolute citizens who exhort the people to preserve themselves from oppression in vindication of their rights and privileges. A good prince, says he, will commend such virtuous patriots, and will mistrust the selfish suggestions of a minister who represents to him as rebels all those citizens who do not hold out their hands to chains, who refuse lamely to suffer the strokes of arbitrary power. I cannot help observing how artfully Cronus expresses his position that the Parliament's laying duties upon trade with the express purpose of raising a revenue is not repugnant to our Constitution. It has not been made a question, that I know of, whether the Parliament has a right to make laws for the regulation of the trade of the colonies. Power she undoubtedly has to enforce her acts of trade, and the strongest maritime power, caeteris paribus, will always make the most advantageous treaties, and give laws of trade to other nations for whom there can be no pretence to the right of legislation. The matter, however, should be considered equitably, if it should ever be considered at all. If the trade of the colonies is protected by the British Navy, there may possibly be from thence inferred a just right in the Parliament of Great Britain to restrain them from carrying on their trade to the injury of the trade of Great Britain. But this being granted, it is very different from the right to make laws in all cases, whatever binding upon the colonies, and especially for laying duties upon trade for the express purpose of raising a revenue. In the one case, it may be the wisdom of the colonies, under present circumstances, to acquiesce in reasonable restrictions, rather than lose their whole trade by means of the depredations of a foreign power. In the other, it is a duty they owe themselves and their posterity by no means to acquiesce, because it involves them in a state of perfect slavery. I say perfect slavery, For as political liberty in its perfection consists in the people's consenting by themselves or their representatives to all laws which they are bound to obey, so perfect political slavery consists in their being bound to obey any laws for taxing them, to which they cannot consent. If a people can be deprived of their property by another person or nation, it is evident that such a people cannot be free. Whether it be by a nation or a monarch is not material. The masters indeed are different, but the government is equally despotic, and though the despotism may be mild, from principles of policy, it is not the less a despotism. Cronus talks of Magna Carta as though it were of no greater consequence than an Act of Parliament for the establishment of a corporation of button-makers. Whatever low ideas he may entertain of that great charter, and such ideas he must entertain of it to support the course he hath espoused, it is affirmed by Lord Coke to be declaratory of the principal grounds of the fundamental laws and liberties of England. It is called Carta Libertatum Regni, the Charter of the Liberties of the Kingdom, upon great reasons, says that sage of the law, because liberos facit, it makes and preserves the people free. Those therefore who would make the people slaves would fain have them look upon this charter in a light of indifference, which so often affirms sua jura, suas libertates, their own rights, their own liberties. But if it be declaratory of the principal grounds of the fundamental laws and liberties of England, it cannot be altered in any of its essential parts without altering the constitution. Whatever Cronus may have adopted from Mr. Hume, Vatel tells us plainly and without hesitation that the supreme legislative cannot change the constitution, that their authority does not extend so far, and that they ought to consider the fundamental laws as sacred, if the nation has not, in very express terms, given them power to change them. And he gives a reason for it solid and weighty, for, says he, the constitution of the state ought to be fixed. Mr. Hume, as quoted by Cronus, says the only rule of government is the established practice of the age, upon maxims universally assented to. If then any deviation is made from the maxims upon which the established practice of the age is founded, it must be by universal assent. The fundamental laws, says Vatel, are accepted from their legislators' commission. Nothing leads us to think that the nation was willing to submit the constitution itself to their pleasure. They derive their authority from the constitution. How then can they change it without destroying the foundation of their own authority? If then, according to Lord Coke, Magna Carta is declaratory of the principal grounds of the fundamental laws and liberties of the people, and Vatel is right in his opinion that the supreme legislative cannot change the constitution, I think it follows, whether Lord Coke has expressly asserted it or not, that an Act of Parliament made against Magna Carta in violation of its essential parts is void. By the fundamental laws of England, says Vatel, the two Houses of Parliament in concert with the King exercise the legislative power. But if the two Houses should resolve to suppress themselves and to invest the King with the full and absolute government, certainly the nation would not suffer it, although it was done by a solemn Act of Parliament. But such doctrine is directly the reverse of that which Cronus holds, which amounts to this, that if the two Houses should give up to the King the most essential rights of the people declared in Magna Carta, the nation has not the power either de jure or de facto to prevent it. I may hereafter quote for his serious perusal the reasoning of the immortal Locke upon this important subject, and am, in the meantime, yours, Candidus. End of section 64.
Section 65 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor, April 10th, 1772. Massachusetts State Papers, pages 315 and 316. A draft is in the Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. May it please your Excellency, the House of Representatives have duly considered your speech to both Houses at the opening of this session. Your Excellency is pleased to acquaint us that if we had desired you to carry the court to Boston, because it is the most convenient place, and the prerogative of the Crown to instruct the Governor to convene the court at such place as his Majesty may think proper, had not been denied, you should have obtained leave to meet us in Boston at this time, but that you shall not be at liberty to do so whilst this denial is persisted in. We have maturely considered this point, and are still firmly in opinion that such instruction is repugnant to the Royal Charter, wherein the Governor is vested with the full power of adjournment, proroguing and dissolving the General Assembly, as he shall judge necessary. Nothing in the Charter appears to us to afford the least grounds to conclude that a right is reserved to his Majesty of controlling the Governor, in thus exercising this full power. Nor indeed does it seem reasonable that there should, for it being impossible that anyone at the distance of 3,000 miles should be able to foresee the most convenient time or place of holding the assembly, it is necessary that such discretionary power should be lodged with the Governor, who is by charter constantly to reside within the province. We are still earnestly desirous of the removal of this assembly to the courthouse in Boston, and we are sorry that your Excellency's determination thereon depends upon our disavowing these principles, because we cannot do it consistently with the duty we owe our constituents. We are constrained to be explicit at this time, for if we should be silent, after your Excellency has recommended it to us as a necessary preliminary, to desist from saying anything upon this head, while we request your Excellency for a removal of the Assembly, for reasons of convenience only, it might be construed as tacitly conceding to a doctrine injurious to the Constitution, and in effect as rescinding our own record, of which we still deliberately approve. The power of adjourning and proroguing the General Assembly is a power in trust to be exercised for the good of the province. This House have a right to judge for themselves whether it was thus exercised. We cannot avoid taking this occasion freely to declare to your Excellency that the holding of the Assembly in this place, without any good reason which we can conceive of, under the many and great inconveniences which thus and former Houses have so fully set forth to your Excellency, is, in our opinion, an undue exercise of power, and a very great grievance, which we still hope will soon be fully redressed. Your Excellency may be assured that this House will, with all convenient dispatch, take into our most serious consideration that part of your speech which concerns the establishment of a partition line between this province and the province of New York, and that we will, with great candour, contribute everything in our power to accomplish the same equitable terms. The other parts of your Excellency's speech have had the proper attention of the House, and we are determined, during the remainder of the session, which must be short, to consult His Majesty's real service, the true interest of the province. Footnote: the original message of Governor Hutchinson of April the 8th, 1772, is among the Samuel Adams papers, Lenox Library, and on it is endorsed in the handwriting of Adams the fourth paragraph of the following reply. Massachusetts State Papers, pages 313 to 315. End of footnote. End of section 65.
Section 66 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Vindex, Boston Gazette, April 20th, 1772. Messieurs Eads and Gill. Philanthrop Jr. in Draper's paper of the 9th current tells us that for 4 or 5 years together nobody could appear in print unless he was a favourer of what is called liberty, and therefore concludes, Falsehood has been imposed on the credulous readers of newspapers and has spread through the country for truth, because no one would contradict it. What fortitude must a man be possessed of that can offer two such sentences to the eye of the public in a paper which for that space has contained nothing else in the political way? Again, why have we a mark of distinction in the signature? Was Philanthrop Senior a liberty writer? Was the true patriot a liberty writer? Were all the scribblers in Maine's Chronicle friends or favourers of what is called liberty? Blush, reformer, blush at imposition of so gross a kind. But what are the falsehoods these credulous people have been led to believe? Why, it seems that men from Lancaster and elsewhere have been insinuating that we laboured under grievances in commerce, legislation, and execution of the wholesome laws of the land, where no such thing has been seen, felt, heard, or understood among us. And one Lancaster man in particular has been furnished with all his prejudices from the letters of Junius Americanus, a despicable creature, as we say, who has certainly blackened some men and measures in both Englands, in such manners as defies time itself to bleach their characters. Until the officious Philanthrop engaged, every one judged the friends, at least of those respectable men, would avoid the provocation of fresh caustics to such rankled ulcers, but luxuriant flesh forever interrupts the efficacy of the most healing plaisters, and must be removed as fast as it puts forth. Indeed, gentlemen, I myself, who live in Boston, the centre of American politics, have suspected we had some grievances to complain of before either Junius Anglicanus or Americanus ever published a letter on the subject to my knowledge. I thought the Stamp Act a grievance. I think the extension of the Vice-Admiralty Courts a grievance. I think the captious and unprecedented treatment of our legislature a grievance, and above all, I think the alteration of our free and mutually dependent constitution into a dependent ministerial despotism a grievance so great, so ignominious and intolerable, that in case I did not hope things would in some measure regain their ancient situation without more bloodshed and murder than has already been committed, I could freely wish, at the risk of my all, to have a fair chance of offering to the manes of my slaughtered countrymen a libation of the blood of the ruthless traitors who conspired their destruction. It is here, I confess, my fingers would fall with weight. Let those of Dr. Y-G, Mr. X, or even Mr. A-S fall how or where they pleased. Vindex. End of section 66.
Section 67 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor, July 14th, 1772. Massachusetts State Papers, pages 330 and 331. Extracts are printed in W. V. Wells' Life of Samuel Adams, Volume 1, page 482, with the statement that such extracts were copied from an original draft in the autograph of Adams. May it please your Excellency, in answer to your message of yesterday, this House beg leave to observe that they are not unapprised that the Province House is out of repair, and that expense might be saved by making such repairs as are necessary as soon as may be. But that building was procured for the residence of a governor, whose sole support was to be provided for by the grants and acts of the General Assembly, according to the tenor of the Charter, and it is the opinion of this House that it never was expected by any assembly of this province that it would be appropriated for the residence of any governor, for whose support adequate provision should be made in another way. Upon this consideration, we cannot think it our duty to make any repairs at this time. Your Excellency may be assured that this House is far from being influenced by any personal disrespect. Should the time come which we hope for, when your Excellency shall think of yourself at liberty to accept of your whole support from this province, according to ancient and invariable usage, we doubt not but you will then find the representatives of these people ready to provide for your Excellency a house, not barely tenantable, but elegant. In the meantime, as your Excellency receives from His Majesty a certain and adequate support, we cannot have the least apprehensions that you will be so far guided by your own inclination as that you will make any town in the province the place of your residence, but where it shall be most conducive to His Majesty's service and the good and welfare of the people. Footnote. On this date the Governor prorogued the General Court to meet again September the 30th. The next session actually commenced January the 6th, 1773. Wells also attributes to Adams the message of the House of May the 29th, 1772. Life of Samuel Adams, Volume 1, page 477, Massachusetts State Papers, page 321. End of footnote. End of section 67.
Section 68 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Valerius Poplicola. Boston Gazette, October 5th, 1772. Messieurs Eads and Gill. Is there a prince on earth who has power to lay a single penny upon his subjects without the grant and consent of those who are to pay it, otherwise than by tyranny and violence? No prince can levy it unless through tyranny and under penalty of excommunication. But there are those who are brutish enough not to know what they can do or omit in this affair. Such is the language of a great and good historian and statesman, a subject of France. Had the English politicians and ministers been either half as honest or half as wise as he, they would never have driven the American revenue without the grant or consent of those who pay it, to such a length as to cause an alienation of affection which perhaps may not easily, if ever, be recovered. By this kind of politics, says the worthy Frenchman, Charles VII brought a heavy sin upon his own soul and upon that of his successors, and gave his kingdom a wound which would continue long to bleed. The British ministers, possibly, may entertain different ideas of morals from those of the French historian, if indeed they have any such kind of ideas at all. However, the nation, I fear, will have occasion to rue the day when they suffered their politics so far to prevail as to gain such an influence in their parliament as they certainly did in the last, to say nothing of the present. The impositions upon the French, says Mr. Gordon, grew monstrous almost as soon as they grew arbitrary. Charles VII, who began them, never raised annually more than £180,000. His son Louis XI almost trebled the revenue, and since then all that the kingdom and people had, even to their skins, has hardly been thought sufficient for their kings. An awakening caution to Americans, lest by tamely submitting to be plundered, they encourage their plunderers to grasp at all they have. The merchants of this continent have passively submitted to the indignity of a tribute, and the landholders, though sharers in the indignity, have been perhaps too unconcerned spectators of the humiliating scene. Posterity, who will no doubt revenge their fathers' wrongs, may also be ashamed when in the page of history they are informed of their tamed subjection. Had the body of this people shown a proper resentment at the time when the proud taskmasters first made their appearance, we should never have seen pensioners multiplying like the locusts in Egypt, which devoured every green thing. I speak with assurance, because it seldom has happened, if ever, that even a small people has been kept long in bondage, when they have unitedly and perseveringly resolved to be free. At that critical period we hearkened to what we then took to be the dictates of sound policy and prudence. We were led to place a confidence in those whose protection we had a right to claim, and we hoped for deliverance in dry remonstrances and humble supplication. We have petitioned, repeatedly petitioned, and our petitions have been heard, barely heard. The grievances of this continent have no doubt reached the royal ear. I wish I could see reason to say they had touched the royal heart. No, they yet remain altogether unredressed. Such has been the baneful influence of corrupt and infamous ministers and servants of the crown. that the complaints of 3 millions of loyal subjects have not yet penetrated the royal breast to move it even to pity. Have not our humble petitions, breathing a true spirit of rational loyalty and expressive of a just sense of those liberties the restoration of which we implored, been followed with grievance upon grievance, as fast as the cruel heart and hand of a most execrable parricide could invent and fabricate them? I will not at present enumerate grievances. They are known, sufficiently known, felt, and understood. Is it not enough to have a governor, an avowed advocate for ministerial measures, and the most assiduous instrument in carrying them on, modelled, shaped, controlled, and directed totally independent of the people over whom he is commissioned to govern, and yet absolutely dependent upon the crown, pensioned by those on whom his existence depends, and paid out of a revenue established by those who have no authority to establish it, and extorted from the people in a manner most odious, insulting, and oppressive? Is not this indignity enough to be felt by those who have any feeling? Are we still threatened with more? Is life, property, and everything dear and sacred to be now submitted to the decisions of pensioned judges, holding their places during the pleasure of such a governor and a council perhaps overawed? To what a state of infamy, wretchedness, and misery shall we be reduced if our judges shall be prevailed upon to be thus degraded to hirelings, and the body of the people shall suffer their free constitution to be overturned and ruined? Merciful God, inspire thy people with wisdom and fortitude, and direct them to gracious ends. In this extreme distress, when the plan of slavery seems nearly completed, O save our country from impending ruin. Let not the iron hand of tyranny ravish our laws, and seize the badge of freedom, nor avowed corruption and the murderous rage of lawless power be ever seen on the sacred seat of justice. Is it not high time for the people of this country explicitly to declare whether they will be freemen or slaves? It is an important question which ought to be decided. It concerns us more than anything in this life. The salvation of our souls is interested in the event, for wherever tyranny is established, immorality of every kind comes in like a torrent. It is in the interest of tyrants to reduce the people to ignorance and vice, for they cannot live in any country where virtue and knowledge prevail. The religion and public liberty of a people are intimately connected. Their interests are interwoven. They cannot subsist separately, and therefore they rise and fall together. For this reason, it is always observable that those who are combined to destroy the people's liberties practice every art to poison their morals. How greatly then does it concern us, at all events, to put a stop to the progress of tyranny. It is advanced already by far too many strides. We are at this moment upon a precipice. The next step may be fatal to us. Let us then act like wise men, calmly look around us, and consider what is best to be done. Let us converse together upon this most interesting subject, and open our minds freely to each other. Let it be the topic of conversation in every social club. Let every town assemble. Let associations and combinations be everywhere set up to consult and recover our just rights. The country claims our active aid, that let us roam, and where we find a spark of public virtue, blow it into flame. Valerius Poplicola. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Andrew Elton Wells, Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library, Boston, October 21st, 1772. My dear Sir, I have received several letters from you, and my not having returned any answer to them before is owing by no means to an inattention to them, but to my misfortune in not hearing of the few vessels that passed from hence to Georgia, being about to sail, till I lost the opportunity. I therefore upon the first notice make use of this conveyance to assure you of my tender regards and affection for you as a brother, sincerely hoping this will meet yourself and family in health and happiness. Indeed, common experience convinces me that there is very little dependence upon either in this life. We too often mistake our true happiness, and when we arrive to the enjoyment of that which seemed to promise it to us, we find that it is all an imaginary dream, at the best fleeting and transitory. We have an affecting instance of this within our own connections. Your amiable sister Kitty was agreeably married, and when in the daily expectation of seeing the happy pledge of conjugal affection cut off without a moment's warning of the fatal stroke of death. Still more happy, however, in another life, as we have abundant reason to be assured, for the Christian temper and behaviour she constantly exhibited when she least expected it, afford us more solid hopes of her present happiness than any expressions she might have made use of, had she been permitted at the time of her departure. One would from this and other like instances conclude that to be possessed of the Christian principles and to accommodate our whole deportment to such principles is to be happy in this life. It is this that sweetens everything we enjoy. Indeed, of itself it yields us full satisfaction, and thus puts it out of the power of the world to disappoint us by any of its frowns. Your last letter mentioned your expectation of the sudden dissolution of your General Assembly, which I perceive afterwards took place. It appears still to be the determination of the ministry to enslave the colonies, and the governors are to be the instruments. It therefore behoves every colony to be vigilant, and agreeably to the advice of the Pennsylvania farmer, each should support the others. This province seems to be devoted to ministerial vengeance. We have been long struggling against the encroachments of tyranny, which now threatens its completion by the independency of the governor and the judges of the superior court. If the tribute, which is by acts of parliament extorted from the Americans, is appropriated for making the executive power totally independent of the people for their support, while it is absolutely dependent upon the crown for its being as well as subsistence, there will be an end of freedom. In such courts and under such an administration, you will easily conceive what constructions of law and what decisions the people are to expect. I sent you 2 or 3 of our latest papers. There may be some speculations upon the subject in them, which you may think proper to get republished in your papers. You mentioned in one of your letters your intention to send your daughter here, than which nothing would be more agreeable to us. Your sister, my dear Betsy, joins with me in expressions of love to Mrs. Wells, and begs me to assure you that she is, as I am, in strict truth, yours affectionately. End of section 69. Section 70 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Elbridge Gerry. J.T. Austin, Life of Elbridge Gerry, Volume 1, pages 9-10. Boston, October 27th, 1772. I have just now received your favor dated this day. I am perfectly of your opinion with regard to the independency of the judges. It is a matter beyond doubt in my mind. I was told yesterday by one of His Majesty's Council that Mr. Hutchinson has a letter by the packet from Bernard, which advises him of it as a fact. This town is to meet tomorrow to consider what is proper for them to do. We have looked upon it as of so interesting a nature to us that even the report should alarm us. It is proposed by many among us to apply to the judges for their explicit declaration whether they will accept of so odious a support, and to apply also to the governor for a general assembly forthwith. I will write you on Thursday and let you know the event. Our enemies would intimidate us by saying our brethren in the other towns are indifferent about this matter, for which reason I am particularly glad to receive your letter at this time. Roxbury, I am told, is thoroughly awake. I wish we could arouse the continent. I write in the utmost haste. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bo Wood. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Elbridge Gerry, October 29, 1772. To Elbridge Gerry, my dear Sir, I wrote you in great haste on Tuesday last. since which the freeholders and other inhabitants of this town have had a meeting to inquire into the grounds of the report that the salaries of the judges are fixed and paid by order of the Crown, and to determine upon such measures as should be proper for them to take upon so alarming an occasion. The enclosed paper contains a short but true account of their proceedings. It is proposed by some to petition the governor to order a session of the General Assembly, and that the town should expressly declare their natural and charter rights to their representatives, and the instances in which they have been violated peremptorily, requiring them to take every step which the Constitution prescribes to redress our grievances, or, if every such step has already been taken, to inform their constituents that they may devise such measures as they may see their way clear to take, or patiently bear the yoke. I will acquaint you with the proceedings of the town as they pass. In the meantime, I wish your town would think it proper to have a meeting, which may be most seasonable at this time. For as the Superior Court is to be held at Salem next week, you will have the opportunity of making a decent application to them and inquiring of the certainty of this report and other matters mentioned in your letter to me, which inquiry will be more naturally made to them in case the governor should decline answering the message of this town, or do it, if I may be allowed the expression, equivocally. This country must shake off their intolerable burdens at all events. Every day strengthens our oppressors and weakens us. If each town would declare its sense of these matters, I am persuaded our enemies would not have it in their power to divide us, in which they have all along shown their dexterity. Pray use your influence with Salem and other towns. But I am now going with our committee to His Excellency. Shall be glad of a letter from you. Your last I read to the town to their great satisfaction, though I concealed the name of its worthy author. End of section 71. Recording by Bo Wood.
Section 72 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Arthur Lee. Manuscript. Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. A text with variations is in R. H. Lee, Life of Arthur Lee, Volume 2, pages 193 to 195. Boston, November 3rd, 1772. My dear Sir, since my last we have advised that Lord Hillsborough is removed from the American department, and though he makes his exit with the smiles and honors of the court, he has the curses of the disinterested and better part of the colonists. Not that it is thought his lordship is by any means to be reckoned the most inveterate and active of all the conspirators against our rights. There are others on this side of the Atlantic who have been more assiduous in plotting the ruin of our liberties than even he, and they are the more infamous because the country they would enslave is that very country in which, to use the words of their adulators and expectants, they were born and educated. The character of Lord Dartmouth has been unexceptionable in America in point of moral virtue. I wish it could be ascertained of all His Majesty's ministers and servants. It is the opinion I have of them that makes me tremble for his lordship, lest in the circle he should make shipwreck of his virtue. I am well informed that he has wrote a very polite letter to Hutchinson, in which he expresses a satisfaction in his conduct, and tells him he has always been of opinion that the king has a right to pay his governors and other officers, but surely he should have made himself thoroughly acquainted with the several political institutions and charters of the colonies, as well as the nature of free governments in general, before he explicitly and officially declares such an opinion. I wish a consideration that he has to correspond with the most artful, plausible, and insinuating geniuses, and some of them the most malicious enemies of the common rights of mankind, might induce his lordship to be upon his guard against too suddenly giving full credit to their representations, which perhaps was the capital mistake of his predecessor in office. Our conspirators were alarmed at his appointment, and I believe are determined, if they can, to impose upon his credulity, if he has any such weakness about him. We are now alarmed with the advice that the judges of our superior court have salaries appointed by order of the crown, independent of the people. This has occasioned a meeting of this metropolis, the proceedings of which you have in the enclosed papers. At the first meeting on the Wednesday, and at the last adjournment on the Monday following, there was a respectable appearance of the inhabitants, though not so full as has sometimes been on occasions of much less importance. Owing partly to its being the season of the year when the town is filled with our country folks, and everyone is laying up provisions necessary for the approaching long winter, partly from the industry of the enemies to prevent a full meeting, as they before had been to prevent any meeting at all, for they dread nothing more, and partly from the opinion of some that there was no method left to be taken but the last, which is also the opinion of many in the country. However, as I said before, there was a respectable meeting, and I think the town has taken a necessary step to ascertain the true sense of the country with regard to our grievances, which being known, it will be the easier to determine upon and prosecute to effect the methods which ought to be taken for the redress of our intolerable grievances. The Tories give out, though in whispers, that they expect what they call a breeze before long, which they say they gather from the slow but regular approaches that are made. They will form what judgment they please. Perhaps they begin to be apprehensive that the body of a long insulted people will bear the insults and oppression no longer than until they feel in themselves strength to shake off the yoke. If this is their determination, it is justifiable as far as the declaration of Mr. H. himself has weight, for I am told by a gentleman whom I can credit that in conversation he said there was nothing in morality that forbid resistance. In your last you expressed your hopes of the removal of Hillsborough. I could not join with you, for if I am to have a master, let me have a severe one, that I may always have the mortifying sense of it. I shall then always be disposed to take the first fair opportunity of ridding myself of slavery. There is danger of the people's being flattered with such partial relief as Lord Dartmouth may be able, if disposed, to obtain for them, and building upon vain hopes till their chains are riveted. Are they not still heaping grievance upon grievance? And while they remain, to what purpose would it be if his lordship should get a few boyish instructions to the governor relaxed? Would this be a reason for a final submission to a tribute and Egyptian taskmasters in support of despotic power? The tribute is the indignity which I hope in God will never be patiently borne by a people who of all the people on the earth deserve most to be free. I am astonished that Dr. Franklin has written no letter to the Speaker. I shall write you by the next ship. End of section 72.
Section 73 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Elbridge Gerry. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. A text with variations is in J.T. Austin, Life of Elbridge Gerry, Volume 1, pages 15 through 18. Boston, 5 November, 1772. My dear Sir, I received with pleasure your letter of the 2nd instant. I was sure you could not but be of opinion that unanimity in the measures taken by the friends of the country is of the utmost importance. I must, with great deference to your judgment, think that even in our wretched state, the mode of petitioning the governor will have a good effect. I was aware that his answers would be in the same high tone in which we find them expressed, yet our requests have been so reasonable that in refusing to comply with them, he must have put himself in the wrong, in the opinion of every honest and sensible man, the consequence of which will be that such measures as the people may determine upon to save themselves, if rational and manly, will be the more reconcilable even to cautious minds, and thus we may expect that unanimity which we wish for. I have the satisfaction of enclosing the last proceedings of our town meeting, in which I think you will perceive a coincidence with your own judgment, in a plan concerted for the whole to act upon. Our timid sort of people are disconcerted when they are positively told that the sentiments of the country are different from those of the city. Therefore a free communication with each town will serve to ascertain this matter, and when once it appears beyond contradiction that we are united in sentiments, there will be a confidence in each other, and a plan of opposition will be easily formed and executed with spirit. In such a case, to return your own language with entire approbation, those, quote, who have virtue enough to oppose the wicked designs of the great, will have this for their boast, that they have struggled for and with an honest people, end quote. I was at first of your opinion, quote, that it would be most proper for a committee from Boston, united with committees from 2 or 3 other towns, to wait on the judges, end quote, etc., and I mentioned it to several gentlemen of the neighboring towns who approved of it. But so much caution prevails that they suspected whether their respective towns would stir till Boston had given the lead, a needless compliment to the capital. This turned our thoughts to the measures taken by the town, and led me to conceive hopes that, as the Superior Court would be soon sitting at Salem, Marblehead and other towns in that county would come into such a proposal. I take notice of what you observe, quote, that our whole dependence as people seems to be upon our own wisdom and valor, end quote, in which I fully agree with you. It puts me in mind of a letter I received not long ago from a friend of mine of some note in London, wherein he says, quote, your whole dependence under God is upon your own virtue, valor. I know of no noblemen in this kingdom who care anything about you, excepting Lords Chatham and Shelburne, and you would do well to be watchful even of them, end quote. I earnestly wish that the inhabitants of Marblehead and other towns would severally meet, and if they see cause, among other measures, second this town, and appoint a committee to be ready to communicate with ours when ready. This would at once discover an union of sentiments thus far, and have its influence on other towns. It would at least show that Boston is not wholly deserted, and might prevent, quote, its falling a sacrifice to the rage or ridicule of our common enemies, end quote. I shall be pleased with your further sentiments, and am, in strict truth. End of section 73. Recording by Hannah Mary. comebestill.blogspot.com.
Section 74 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Elbridge Gerry. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers. Lenox Library. A text with variations is in J. T. Austin, Life of Elbridge Gerry, Volume 1, pages 19 to 21. Boston, November 14th, 1772. My dear Sir, your letter of the 10th instant did not come to my hand till this evening. It is a great satisfaction to me to be assured from you that the Friends to Liberty in Marblehead are active, and that there is like to be a town meeting there. Our committee are industrious, and I think I may promise you they will be ready to report to the town in 2 or 3 days, so that if your town should think proper to make an adjournment for 10 days or a fortnight, they will doubtless by that time, if not before, have an opportunity of reacting upon our resolutions. I am sorry when any of our proceedings are not exactly according to your mind. The word you object to in our resolves was designed to introduce into our state of grievances the church innovations and the establishment of those tyrants in religion, bishops, which, as you observe, will probably take place. I cannot but hope, when you consider how indifferent too many of the clergy are to our just and righteous cause, that some of them are the adulators of our oppressors, and even some of the best of them are extremely cautious of recommending, at least in their public performances, the rights of their country to the protection of heaven, lest they should give offense to the little gods on earth, you will judge it quite necessary that we should assert and vindicate our rights as Christians as well as men and subjects. The town of Roxbury are to meet on Monday next, and a great number in Cambridge have subscribed a petition to their selectmen for a meeting there. I have received a letter from a gentleman of influence in Plymouth, who is pleased to say he thinks the general plan adopted here will produce great consequences if supported with spirit in the country, and that he believes there will be no difficulty in getting a meeting there and carrying the point in seconding this town. He tells me the pulse of his fellow townsmen beat high, and their resentment, he supposes, is equal to that of any other town. May God grant that the love of liberty and the zeal to support it may enkindle in every town. If the enemies should see the flame bursting in different parts of the country and distant from each other, it might discourage their attempts to damp and quench it. I am well assured they are alarmed at the measure now taking, being greatly apprehensive of the same consequences from it which our good friend at Plymouth hopes and expects. This should animate us in carrying it into execution. I beg you would exert your utmost influence in your neighboring towns and elsewhere. I hear nothing of Old Salem. I fear they have had an opiate administered to them. I am told there has been a consultation there, a cabal in which His Excellency presided. Pray let me still be favored with your letters, and be assured I am sincerely your friend. End of section 74.
Section 75 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 75, A List of Violations of Rights. Adopted by the Town of Boston, November 20, 1772. The committee appointed by the town the second instant to state the rights of the colonists and of this province in particular, as men, as Christians, and as subjects, to communicate and publish the same to the several towns in this province and to the world, as the sense of this town with the infringements and violations thereof that have been or from time to time may be made. Also requesting of each town a free communication of their sentiments reported. First, a state of the rights of the colonists and of this province in particular. Secondly, a list of the infringements and violations of those rights. Thirdly, a letter of correspondence with the other towns. First, natural rights of the colonists as men. Among the natural rights of the colonists are these: first, a right to life; secondly, to liberty; thirdly, to property, together with the right to support and defend them in the best manner they can. Those are evident branches of, rather than deductions from, the duty of self-preservation, commonly called the first law of nature. All men have a right to remain in a state of nature as long as they please, and in case of intolerable oppression, civil or religious, to leave the society they belong to and enter into another. When men enter into society, it is by voluntary consent, and they have a right to demand and insist upon the performance of such conditions and previous limitations as form an equitable original compact. Every natural right not expressly given up or from the nature of a social compact necessarily ceded remains. All positive and civil laws should conform as far as possible to the law of natural reason and equity. As neither reason requires nor religion permits the contrary, every man living in or out of a state of civil society has a right peaceably and quietly to worship God according to the dictates of his conscience. Quote, just and true liberty, equal and impartial liberty, in matters spiritual and temporal, is a thing that all men are clearly entitled to, by the eternal and immutable laws of God and nature, as well as by the law of nations and all well-grounded municipal laws, which must have their foundation in the former. In regard to religion, mutual toleration in the different professions thereof is what all good and candid minds in all ages have ever practiced, and both by precept and example inculcated on mankind. And it is now generally agreed among Christians that this spirit of toleration in the fullest extent consistent with the being of civil society, is the chief characteristical mark of the true Church, and in so much that Mr. Locke has asserted and proved beyond the possibility of contradiction on any solid ground, that such toleration ought to be extended to all whose doctrines are not subversive of society. The only sects which he thinks ought to be, and which by all wise laws are, excluded from such toleration, are those who teach doctrines subversive of the civil government under which they live. The Roman Catholics or Papists are excluded by reason of such doctrines as these, that princes excommunicated may be deposed, and those they call heretics may be destroyed without mercy, besides their recognizing the Pope in so absolute a manner in subversion of government, by introducing as far as possible into the states, under whose protection they enjoy life, liberty, and property, that solecism in politics, imperium in imperio, leading directly to the worst anarchy and confusion, civil discord, war, and bloodshed. The natural liberty of men by entering into society is abridged or restrained so far only as is necessary for the great end of society, the best good of the whole. In the state of nature, every man is under God, judge and sole judge of his own rights and the injuries done him. By entering into society, he agrees to an arbiter or indifferent judge between him and his neighbors, but he no more renounces his original right than by taking a cause out of the ordinary course of law, and leaving the decision to referees or indifferent arbitrations. In the last case he must pay the referees for time and trouble. He should also be willing to pay his just quota for the support of government, the law, and constitution, the end of which is to furnish indifferent and impartial judges in all cases that may happen, whether civil, ecclesiastical, marine, or military. The natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the will or legislative authority of man, but only to have the law of nature for his rule." In the state of nature, men may, as the patriarchs did, employ hired servants for the defense of their lives, liberty, and property, and they should pay them reasonable wages. Government was instituted for the purposes of common defense, and those who hold the reins of government have an equitable natural right to an honorable support from the same principle, that the laborer is worthy of his hire, but then the same community which they serve ought to be the assessors of their pay. Governors have no right to seek what they please. By this, instead of being content with the station assigned them, that of honorable servants of the society, they would soon become absolute masters, despots, and tyrants. Hence, as a private man has a right to say what wages he will give in his private affairs, so has a community to determine what they will give in grant of their substance for the administration of public affairs. And in both cases more are ready, generally, to offer their service at the proposed and stipulated price than are able and willing to perform their duty. In short, it is the greatest absurdity to suppose it in the power of any one or any number of men at the entering into society to renounce their essential natural rights, or the means of preserving those rights, when the great end of civil government, from the very nature of its institution, is for the support, protection, and defense of those very rights, the principal of which, as is before observed, are life, liberty, and property. If men, through fear, fraud, or mistake, should in terms renounce and give up any essential natural right, the eternal law of reason and the great end of society would absolutely vacate such renunciation. The right to freedom being the gift of God Almighty, it is not in the power of man to alienate this gift and voluntarily become a slave. Second, the rights of the colonists as Christians. These may be best understood by reading and carefully studying the institutes of the great lawgiver and head of the Christian Church, which are to be found closely written and promulgated in the New Testament. By the Act of the British Parliament commonly called the Toleration Act, every subject in England, except Papists, etc., was restored to and re-established in his natural right to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience. And by the charter of this province it is granted, ordained, and established, that it is declared as an original right, that there shall be liberty of conscience allowed in the worship of God to all Christians except Papists, inhabiting or which shall inhabit or be resident within said province or territory. Magna Carta itself is in substance but a constrained declaration or proclamation and promulgation in the name of King, Lord, and Commons of the sense the latter had of their original inherent indefeasible natural rights, as also those of free citizens equally perdurable with the other. That great author, that great jurist, and even that court writer, Mr. Justice Blackstone, holds that this recognition was justly obtained of King John, sword in hand, and peradventure it must be one day, sword in hand again, rescued and preserved from total destruction and oblivion. Third, the rights of the colonists as subjects. A commonwealth or state is a body politic or civil society of men, united together to promote their mutual safety and prosperity by means of their union. The absolute rights of Englishmen, and all freemen in or out of civil society, are principally personal security, personal liberty, and private property. All persons born in the British American Colonies are by the laws of God and nature, and by the common law of England, exclusive of all charters from the Crown, well entitled, and by the acts of the British Parliament are declared to be entitled to all the natural, essential, inherent, and inseparable rights, liberties, and privileges of subjects born in Great Britain or within the realm. Among those rights are the following, which no men or body of men, consistently with their own rights as men and citizens or members of society, can for themselves give up or take away from others. First, quote, "The first fundamental positive law of all commonwealths or states is the establishing the legislative power, as the first fundamental natural law also, which is to govern even the legislative power itself, is the preservation of the society." End quote. Secondly, the legislative has no right to absolute arbitrary power over the lives and fortunes of the people, nor can mortals assume a prerogative, not only too high for men but for angels, and therefore reserved for the exercise of the deity alone. Quote, "The legislative cannot justly assume to itself a power to rule by extempore arbitrary decrees, but it is bound to see that justice is dispensed, and that the rights of the subjects be decided by promulgated, standing, and known laws, and authorized independent judges," end quote. That is, independent as far as possible of prince or people. Quote, "There shall be one rule of justice for rich and poor, for the favorite in court, and the countryman at the plough." End quote. Thirdly, the supreme power cannot justly take from any man any part of his property without his consent, in person or by his representative. These are some of the first principles of natural law and justice, and the great barriers of all free states, and of the British Constitution in particular. It is utterly irreconcilable to these principles, and to many other fundamental maxims of the common law, common sense, and reason, that a British House of Commons should have a right at pleasure to give and grant the property of the colonists. That these colonists are well entitled to all the essential rights, liberties, and privileges of men and freemen born in Britain is manifest not only from the colony charter in general, but acts of the British Parliament. The statute of the 13th of George II, c. 7, naturalizes even foreigners after 7 years' residence. The words of the Massachusetts Charter are these, quote, "And further our will and pleasure is, and we do hereby for us, our heirs and successors, grant, establish, and ordain, that all and every of the subjects of us, our heirs and successors, which shall go to and inhabit within our said province or territory, and every of their children which shall happen to be born there, or on the seas in going thither or returning from thence, shall have and enjoy all liberties and immunities of free and natural subjects within any of the dominions of us, our heirs and successors, to all intents, constructions, and purposes whatsoever, as if they and every of them were born within this our realm of England." End quote. Now what liberty can there be where property is taken away without consent? Can it be said with any color of truth and justice that this continent of 3,000 miles in length, and of a breadth as yet unexplored, in which, however, it's supposed there are 5 millions of people, has the least voice, vote, or influence in the decisions of the British Parliament? have they altogether any more right or power to return a single number to that House of Commons, who have not inadvertently but deliberately assumed a power to dispose of their lives, liberties, and properties, than to choose an emperor of China? Had the colonists a right to return members to the British Parliament, it would only be hurtful, as from their local situation and circumstances it is impossible they should be ever truly and properly represented there. The inhabitants of this country, in all probability, in a few years will be more numerous than those of Great Britain and Ireland together. Yet it is absurdly expected by the promoters of the present measures that these, with their posterity to all generations, should be easy while their property shall be disposed of by a House of Commons at 3,000 miles distant from them, and who cannot be supposed to have the least care or concern for their real interest, who have not only no natural care for their interest, but must be in effect bribed against it, as every burden they lay on the colonists is so much saved or gained to themselves. Hitherto many of the colonists have been free from quit rents. But if the breath of a British House of Commons can originate an act for taking away all our money, our lands will go next, or be subject to rack rents from haughty and relentless landlords who will ride at ease while we are trodden in the dirt. The colonists have been branded with the odious names of traitors and rebels only for complaining of their grievances. How long such treatment will or ought to be borne is submitted. A list of infringements and violations of rights. We cannot help thinking that an enumeration of some of the most open infringements of our rights will by every candid person be judged sufficient to justify whatever measures have been already taken, or may be thought proper to be taken, in order to obtain a redress of the grievances under which we labor. Among many others we humbly conceive that the following will not fail to excite the attention of all who consider themselves interested in the happiness and freedom of mankind in general, and of this continent and province in particular. First, the British Parliament have assumed the power of legislation for the colonists in all cases whatsoever, without obtaining the consent of the inhabitants, which is ever essentially necessary to the right establishment of such a legislative. Second, they have exerted that assumed power in raising a revenue in the colonies without their consent, thereby depriving them of that right which every man has, to keep his own earnings in his own hands until he shall in person, or by his representative, think fit to part with the whole or any portion of it. This infringement is the most extraordinary when we consider the laudable care which the British House of Commons have taken to reserve entirely and absolutely to themselves the powers of giving and granting moneys. They not only insist on originating every money bill in their own house, but will not even allow the House of Lords to make an amendment in these bills. So tenacious are they of this privilege, so jealous of any infringement of the sole and absolute right the people have to dispose of their own money. And what renders this infringement the more grievous is, that what of our earnings still remains in our own hands is in a great measure deprived of its value, so long as the British Parliament continue to claim and exercise this power of taxing us. For we cannot justly call that our property which others may, when they please, take away from us against our will. In this respect we are treated with less decency and regard than the Romans shewed even to the provinces which they had conquered. They only determined upon the sum which each should furnish, and left every province to raise it in the manner most easy and convenient to themselves. Third, a number of new officers, unknown in the charter of this province, have been appointed to superintend this revenue, whereas by our charter the great and general court or assembly of this province has the sole right of appointing all civil officers, excepting only such officers, the election and constitution of whom is in said charter expressly excepted, among whom these officers are not included. Fourth, these officers are by their commission invested with powers altogether unconstitutional and entirely destructive to that security which we have a right to enjoy, and to the last degree dangerous, not only to our property, but to our lives. For the commissioners of His Majesty's Customs in America, or any three of them, are by their commission empowered, by writing under their hands and seals to constitute and appoint inferior officers in all and singular the port within the limits of their commissions, Each of these petty officers, so made, is entrusted with power more absolute and arbitrary than ought to be lodged in the hands of any man or body of men whatsoever. For in the commission aforementioned, His Majesty gives and grants unto his said commissioners, or any three of them, and to all and every, the collectors, deputy collectors, ministers, servants, and all other officers serving and attending in all and every the ports and other places within the limits of their commission, full power and authority from time to time, and at their and any of their wills and pleasures, as well by night as by day, to enter and go on board any ship, boat, or other vessel, riding, lying, or being within, or coming into any port, harbor, creek, or haven, within the limits of their commission, and also in the daytime to go into any house, shop, cellar, or any other place where any goods, wares, or merchandises lie concealed, or are suspected to lie concealed, whereof the customs and other duties have not been, or shall not be, duly paid and truly satisfied, answered, or paid unto the collectors, deputy collectors, ministers, servants, and other officers respectively, or otherwise agreed for. And the said house, shop, warehouse, cellar, and other place to search and survey, and all and every the boxes, trunks, chests, and packs then and there found, to break open. Thus our houses, and even our bedchambers, are exposed to be ransacked, our boxes, chests, and trunks broke open, ravaged, and plundered by wretches, whom no prudent man would venture to employ even as menial servants, whenever they are pleased to say they suspect there are in the house wares, etc., for which the duties have not been paid. Flagrant instances of the wanton exercise of this power have frequently happened in this and other seaport towns. By this we are cut off from that domestic security which renders the lives of the most unhappy in some measure agreeable. Those officers may under color of law and the cloak of a general warrant break through the sacred rights of the domicile, ransack men's houses, destroy their securities, carry off their property, and with little danger to themselves commit the most horrid murders. And we complain of it as a further grievance, that, notwithstanding by the charter of this province, the governor and the great and general court or assembly of this province or territory, for the time being shall have full power and authority, from time to time, to make, ordain, and establish all manner of wholesome and reasonable laws, orders, statutes, and ordinances, directions and instructions, and that if the same shall not within the term of 3 years after presenting the same to his Majesty in Privy Council be disallowed, they shall be and continue in full force and effect until the same shall be repealed by the great and general assembly of this province. Yet the Parliament of Great Britain have rendered or attempted to render null and void a law of this province made and passed in the reign of his late Majesty George I, entitled An Act stating the fees of the custom house officers within this province, and by mere dint of power, in violation of the charter aforesaid, established other and exorbitant fees for the same officers, any law of the province to the contrary notwithstanding. Fifth, fleets and armies have been introduced to support these unconstitutional officers in collecting and managing this unconstitutional revenue, and troops have been quartered in this metropolis for that purpose. Introducing and quartering standing armies in a free country in times of peace, without the consent of the people either by themselves or by their representatives, is, and always has been, deemed a violation of their rights as freemen, and of the charter or compact made between the King of Great Britain and the people of this province, whereby all the rights of British subjects are confirmed to us. Sixth, the revenue arising from this tax unconstitutionally laid, and committed to the management of persons arbitrarily appointed and supported by an armed force quartered in a free city, has been in part applied to the most destructive purposes. It is absolutely necessary in a mixed government like that of this province that a due proportion or balance of power should be established among the several branches of legislative. Our ancestors received from King William and Queen Mary a charter by which it was understood by both parties in the contract that such a proportion or balance was fixed, and therefore everything which renders any one branch of the legislative more independent of the other two than it was originally designed is an alteration of the Constitution as settled by the charter, And as it has been until the establishment of this revenue the constant practice of the General Assembly to provide for the support of government, so it is an essential part of our Constitution, as it is a necessary means of preserving an equilibrium without which we cannot continue a free state. In particular, it has always been held that the dependence of the governor of this province upon the General Assembly for his support was necessary for the preservation of this equilibrium. Nevertheless, His Majesty has been pleased to apply £1,500 sterling annually out of the American revenue for the support of the governor of this province independent of the Assembly, whereby the ancient connection between him and this people is weakened, the confidence in the governor lessened, and the equilibrium destroyed, and the Constitution essentially altered. And we look upon it highly probable, from the best intelligence we have been able to obtain, that not only our governor and lieutenant governor, but the judges of the Superior Court of Judicature, as also the King's Attorney and Solicitor General, are to receive their support from this grievous tribute. This will, if accomplished, complete our slavery. For if taxes are raised from us by the Parliament of Great Britain without our consent, and the men on whose opinions and decisions our properties, liberties, and lives in a great measure depend, receive their support from the revenues arising from these taxes, we cannot, when we think on the depravity of mankind, avoid looking with horror on the danger to which we are exposed. The British Parliament have shewn their wisdom in making the judges there as independent as possible both on the prince and people, both for place and support. But our judges hold their commissions only during pleasure. The granting them salaries out of this revenue is rendering them independent on the crown for their support. The king, upon his first accession to the throne, for giving the last hand to the independency of the judges in England, not only upon himself but his successors, by recommending and consenting to an act of Parliament, by which the judges are continued in office, notwithstanding the demise of a king which vacates all other commissions, was applauded by the whole nation. How alarming must it then be to the inhabitants of this province to find so wide a difference made between the subjects in Britain and America, as the rendering the judges here altogether dependent on the crown for their support. 7th. We find ourselves greatly oppressed by instructions sent to our governor from the court of Great Britain, whereby the first branch of our legislature is made merely a ministerial engine. And the province has already felt such effects from these instructions, as we think justly entitle us to say, that they threaten an entire destruction of our liberties, and must soon, if not checked, render every branch of our government a useless burthen upon the people. We shall point out some of the alarming effects of these instructions which have already taken place. In consequence of instructions, the governor has called and adjourned our General Assemblies to a place highly inconvenient to the members and greatly disadvantageous to the interest of the province, even against his own declared intention. In consequence of instructions, the Assembly has been prorogued from time to time when the important concerns of the province required their meeting. In obedience to instructions, the General Assembly was, anno 1768, dissolved by Governor Bernard, because they would not consent to rescind the resolution of a former House, and thereby sacrifice the rights of their constituents. By an instruction, the Honourable His Majesty Council are forbid to meet and transact matters of public concern as a council of advice to the Governor, unless called by the Governor. And if they should, from a zealous regard to the interest of the province, so meet at any time, the governor is ordered to negative them at the next election of councillors. And although by the charter of this province the Great and General Court have full power and authority to impose taxes upon the estates and persons of all and every the proprietors and inhabitants of this province, yet the governor has been forbidden to give his consent to act imposing a tax for the necessary support of government, unless such persons as were pointed out in the said instruction were exempted from paying their just proportion of said tax. His Excellency has also pleaded instructions for giving up the provincial fortress, Castle William, into the hands of troops over whom he had declared he had no control, and that at a time when they were menacing the slaughter of the inhabitants of the town, and our streets were stained with the blood which they had barbarously shed. Thus our governor, appointed and paid from Great Britain with money forced from us, is made an instrument of totally preventing, or at least of rendering futile, every attempt of the other two branches of the legislative in favor of a distressed and wronged people. and lest the complaints naturally occasioned by such oppression should excite compassion in the royal breast, and induce his Majesty seriously to set about relieving us from the cruel bondage and insult which we his loyal subjects have so long suffered, the governor is forbidden to consent to the payment of an agent to represent our grievances at the court of Great Britain, unless he the governor consent to his election, and we very well know what the man must be to whose appointment a governor in such circumstances will consent. While we are mentioning the infringement of the rights of this colony in particular by means of instructions, we cannot help calling to remembrance the late unexampled suspension of the legislative of a sister colony, New York, by force of an instruction, until they should comply with an arbitrary act of the British Parliament for quartering troops, designed by military execution to enforce the raising of a tribute. 8th. The extending the power of the courts of vice-admiralty to so enormous a degree as deprives the people in the colonies in a great measure of their inestimable right to trials by juries, which has ever been justly considered as the grand bulwark and security of English property. This alone is sufficient to rouse our jealousy, and we are again obliged to take notice of the remarkable contrast which the British Parliament has been pleased to exhibit between the subjects in Great Britain and the colonies. In the same statute by which they give up to the decision of one dependent interested Judge of Admiralty the estates and properties of the colonists, they expressly guard the estates and properties of the people of Great Britain. For all forfeitures and penalties inflicted by the statute of George III, or any other act of Parliament relative to the trade of the colonies, may be sued for in any court of admiralty in the colonies. But all penalties and forfeitures which shall be incurred in Great Britain may be sued for in any of His Majesty's courts of record in Westminster or in the Court of Exchequer in Scotland, respectively. Thus our birthrights are taken from us, and that, too, with every mark of indignity, insult, and contempt. We may be harassed and dragged from one part of the continent to the other, which some of our brethren here and in the country towns already have been, and finally be deprived of our whole property by the arbitrary determination of one biased, capricious judge of the Admiralty. 9th. The restraining us from erecting stilling mills for manufacturing our iron, the natural produce of this country, is an infringement of that right with which God and nature have invested us, to make use of our skill and industry in procuring the necessaries and conveniences of life, and we look upon the restraint laid upon the manufacture and transportation of hats to be altogether unreasonable and grievous. Although by the Charter all havens, rivers, ports, waters, etc., are expressly granted the inhabitants of the province and their successors, to their only proper use and behoof forever, yet the British Parliament passed an act whereby they restrain us from carrying our wool, the produce of our own farms, even over a ferry, whereby the inhabitants have often been put to the expense of carrying a bag of wool near 100 miles by land, when passing over a river or water of 1/4 of a mile, of which the province are the absolute proprietors, would have prevented all that trouble. 10th. The Act passed in the last session of British Parliament, entitled An Act for the better preserving His Majesty's dockyards, magazines, ships, ammunition, and stores, is, as we apprehend, a violent infringement of our rights. By this act, any one of us may be taken from his family and carried to any part of Great Britain, there to be tried whenever it shall be pretended that he has been concerned in burning or otherwise destroying any boat or vessel, or any materials for building, etc., any naval or victualling store, etc., belonging to His Majesty. For by this act all persons in the realm, or in any of the places thereto belonging, under which denomination we know the colonies are meant to be included, may be indicted and tried either in any county or shire within this realm, in like manner and form as if the offence had been committed in said county, as His Majesty and his successors may deem most expedient. Thus we are not only deprived of our grand right to trial by our peers in the vicinity, but any person suspected, or pretended to be suspected, may be hurried to Great Britain, to take his trial in any county the king or his successors shall please to direct, where, innocent or guilty, he is in great danger of being condemned, and, whether condemned or acquitted, he will probably be ruined by the expense attending the trial, and his long absence from his family and business. and we have the strongest reason to apprehend that we shall soon experience the fatal effects of this act, as about the year 1769 the British Parliament passed resolves for taking up a number of persons in the colonies and carrying them to Great Britain for trial, pretending that they were authorized so to do by a statute passed in the reign of Henry VIII, in which they say the colonies were included, although the act was passed long before any colonies were settled or even in contemplation. 11th. As our ancestors came over to this country that they might not only enjoy their civil but their religious rights, and particularly desired to be free from the prelates, who in those times cruelly persecuted all who differed in sentiment from the established church, we cannot see without concern the various attempts which have been made and are now making to establish an American episcopate. Our episcopal brethren of the colonies do enjoy, and rightfully ought ever to enjoy, the free exercise of their religion. We cannot help fearing that they who are so warmly contending for such an establishment have views altogether inconsistent with the universal and peaceful enjoyment of our Christian privileges, and doing or attempting to do anything which has even the remotest tendency to endanger this enjoyment is justly looked upon a great grievance, and also an infringement of our rights, which is not barely to exercise, but peaceably and securely to enjoy, that liberty wherewith Christ has made us free. And we are of further opinion that no power on earth can justly give either temporal or spiritual jurisdiction within this province, except the great and general court. We think, therefore, that every design for establishing the jurisdiction of a bishop in this province is a design both against our civil and religious rights, and we are well informed that the more candid and judicious of our brethren of the Church of England in this and the other colonies, both clergy and laity, conceive of the establishing an American episcopate both unnecessary and unreasonable. 12th. Another grievance under which we labor is the frequent alteration of the bounds of the colonies by decisions before the King and Council, explanatory of former grants and charters. This not only subjects men to live under a constitution to which they have not consented, which in itself is a great grievance, but moreover under color that the right of soil is affected by such declarations, some governors or ministers, or both in conjunction, have pretended to grant in consequence of a mandamus many thousands of acres of lands appropriated near a century past, and rendered valuable by the labors of the present cultivators and their ancestors. There are very notable instances of settlers, who having first purchased the soil of the natives, have at considerable expense obtained confirmation of title from this province, and on being transferred to the jurisdiction of the province of New Hampshire, have been put to the trouble and cost of a new grant or confirmation from thence. And after all this, there has been a third declaration of royal will, that they should thenceforth be considered as pertaining to the province of New York. The troubles, expenses, and dangers which hundreds have been put to on such occasions cannot here be recited, but so much may be said that they have been most cruelly harassed, and even threatened with a military force, to dragoon them into a compliance with the most unreasonable demands. End of section 75. Section 76 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 76. A Letter of Correspondence to the Other Towns. Boston, November 20, 1772. Gentlemen, we the freeholders and other inhabitants of Boston, in town meeting duly assembled, according to law, apprehending there is abundant to be alarmed at the plan of despotism, which the enemies of our invaluable rights have concerted, is rapidly hastening to a completion, can no longer conceal our impatience under a constant, unremitted, uniform aim to enslave us, or confide in an administration which threatens us with certain and inevitable destruction. But when in addition to the repeated inroads made upon the rights and liberties of the colonists, and of those in this province in particular, we reflect on the late extraordinary measures in affixing stipends or salaries from the Crown to the offices of the judges of the Superior Court of Judicature, making them not only entirely independent of the people, whose lives and properties are so much in their power, but absolutely dependent on the crown, which may hereafter be worn by a tyrant, both for their appointment and support, we cannot but be extremely alarmed at the mischievous tendency of this innovation, which in our opinion is directly contrary to the spirit of the British Constitution, pregnant with innumerable evils, and hath a direct tendency to deprive us of everything valuable as men, as Christians, and as subjects, entitled by the Royal Charter to all the rights, liberties, and privileges of native Britons. Such being the critical state of this province, we think it our duty on this truly distressing occasion to ask you, what can withstand the attacks of mere power? What can preserve the liberties of the subject when the barriers of the Constitution are taken away? The town of Boston, consulting on the matter above mentioned, thought proper to make application to the governor by a committee, requesting His Excellency to communicate such intelligence as he might have received relative to the report of the judges having their support independent of the grants of this province, a copy of which you have herewith in paper N1, to which we received as answer the paper N2. The town, on further deliberation, thought it advisable to refer the matter to the Great and General Assembly, and accordingly, in a second address as N3, they requested His Excellency that the General Court might convene at the time to which they then stood prorogued, to which the town received the reply as in N4, in which we are acquainted with his intentions further to prorogue the General Assembly, which has since taken place. Thus, gentlemen, it is evident His Excellency declines giving the least satisfaction as to the matter in request. The affair being of public concernment, the town of Boston thought it necessary to consult with their brethren throughout the province, and for this purpose appointed a committee to communicate with our fellow sufferers respecting this recent instance of oppression, as well as the many other violations of our rights under which we have groaned for several years past. This committee have briefly recapitulated the sense we have of our invaluable rights as men, as Christians, and as subjects, and wherein we conceive those rights to have been violated, which we are desirous may be laid before your town, that the subject may be weighed as its importance requires, and the collected wisdom of the whole people, as far as possible, be obtained on a deliberation of such great and lasting moment as to involve in it the fate of all our posterity. Great pains has been taken to persuade the British administration to think that the good people of this province in general are quiet and undisturbed at the late measures, and that any uneasiness that appears arises from a few factious, designing, and disaffected men. This renders it the more necessary that the sense of the people should be explicitly declared. A free communication of your sentiments to this town of our common danger is earnestly solicited and will be gratefully received. If you concur with us in opinion that our rights are properly stated, and that the several acts of Parliament and measures of administration pointed out by us are subversive of these rights, you will doubtless think it of the utmost importance that we stand firm as one man to recover and support them, and to take such measures by directing our representatives, or otherwise as your wisdom and fortitude shall dictate, to rescue from impending ruin our happy and glorious Constitution. But if it should be the general voice of this province that the rights as we have stated them do not belong to us, or that the several measures of administration in the British court are no violations of these rights, or that if they are thus violated or infringed they are not worth contending for or resolutely maintaining, should this be the general voice of the province, we must be resigned to our wretched fate, but shall forever lament the extinction of that generous ardor for civil and religious liberty, which in the face of every danger, and even death itself, induced our fathers to forsake the bosom of their native country, and begin a settlement on bare creation. But we trust this cannot be the case. We are sure your wisdom, your regard to yourselves and the rising generation, cannot suffer you to dose, or set supinely indifferent on the brink of destruction, while the iron hand of oppression is daily tearing the choicest fruit from the fair tree of liberty, planted by our worthy predecessors at the expense of their treasure and abundantly watered with their blood. It is an observation of an eminent patriot that a people long inured to hardships lose by degrees the very notions of liberty. They look upon themselves as creatures at mercy, and that all impositions laid on by superior hands are legal and obligatory. But thank heaven this is not yet verified in America. We have yet some share of public virtue remaining. We are not afraid of poverty, but disdain slavery. The fate of nations is so precarious, and revolutions in states so often take place at an unexpected moment, when the hand of power, by fraud or flattery, has secured every avenue of retreat, and the minds of the subject debased to its purpose, that it becomes every well-wisher to his country, while it has any remains of freedom, to keep an eagle eye upon every innovation and stretch of power in those that have the rule over us. A recent instance of this we have in the late revolutions in Sweden, by which the prince, once subject to the laws of the state, has been able of a sudden to declare himself an absolute monarch. The Swedes were once a free, martial, and valiant people. Their minds are now so debased that they rejoice at being subject to the caprice and arbitrary power of a tyrant and kiss their chains. It makes us shudder to think the late measures of administration may be productive of the like catastrophe, which heaven forbid. Let us consider, brethren, we are struggling for our best birthrights and inheritance, which being infringed renders all our blessings precarious in their enjoyments, and consequently trifling in their value. Let us disappoint the men who are raising themselves on the ruin of this country. Let us convince every invader of our freedom that we will be as free as the Constitution our fathers recognized will justify. End of section 76.
Section 77 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Vindex, Boston Gazette, November 30, 1772. Mr. Aaron Davis, Sir. The weakness of an adversary with a man of understanding will frequently disarm him of his resentment. Who would choose to enter the lists when even victory is attended with disgrace? Aaron Davis, as a huckster of small wares within the bar-room, or laudably vending milk and water, might have grubbed on unnoticed, and not superlatively contemptible. But when he so far mistakes his proper department as to blunder into the field of politics, and assume a dictatorial and offensive part, we are compelled with reluctance to scourge the insect, though convinced 'tis but an insect still. We are informed by your fellow townsmen, whom we presume must know you well, that you are destitute of feeling. Your unexampled effrontery in the public transaction which has unhappily brought you into notice, added to the consummate assurance evidenced in the stupid composition to which you have tacked your name, are strong circumstances in favour of this position. But is your modesty truly impregnable? Cannot the weapon of stern rebuke arouse your sensibility? Must honest indignation mourn a defeat? I intend to try the doubtful experiment, though you should analyze a satire to be a proof of your general consequence, and extract incense to your vanity from the blackest records of your shame. In your courageous zeal for the cause of Christianity and the Virgin Mary, permit me to question your sincerity. It is evident from your notable performance that you have been acquainted with the religious principles and immoral practices of the gentleman so very exceptionable to you for some years past. That he was then as thorough-paced an infidel, as virulent an opposer of our holy religion as he is now, that he was doing discredit to the Bible then, or to adopt your own phrase, was undeceiving mankind as actively as at any time since, that you was acquainted with the open profanity of his conversation, and if we may take your word for it, was an ear-witness of his oaths and execrations. Why did you not commence a champion in the cause of Christianity some month earlier? It would have had a better appearance if in your ebullient zeal you had endeavoured to prevent his disseminating such mischievous principles, and seasonably entered your caveat against the pernicious effects of his example. But the cause of Christianity abstracted from political concerns was not sufficient to awaken your resentment. Will not this, my dear sir, occasion suspicions that all your flaming professions of patriotism will neither discredit nor remove? Dr. Young, I dare you to contradict me, has ever been an unwearied assertor of the rights of his countrymen, has taken the post of hazard, and acted vigorously in the cause of American freedom. Such endeavours and exertions have justly entitled him to the notice, to the confidence of the people. They, from a thorough conviction of his political integrity, have united him with several gentlemen, against whom we presume you can have no such exception, to explain their rights and state their grievances. Was not your conscience so delicately offensible, I would ask such an immaculate Christian whether your ideas of reprobation extended not only to the whole committee, but to every transaction in which they could possibly be employed. If not, are you not ashamed of your capricious folly in rejecting a cause which you profess to have at heart, for the sake of an individual against whom your spotless purity has matter of objection? Shall I be arraigned for want of charity if I here express my doubt of your veracity in this matter? The cloak of Christianity is the threadbare garb of hypocrisy, and novel cover for political apostates. I suspect this the cause that renders the man obnoxious. The infidel might have perverted the world, and your zeal been smothered in its native bosom of sanctity. In short, had not the cause of liberty found a busy advocate in the man you brand with irreligion, your abhorrence would probably never have found a tongue. You do not choose to have anything to do with measures wherein you must follow the lead of such men as Dr. Young. I apprehend you confine yourself here to political matters. If so, what must those rejected measures be? If just, right, and reasonable, the man must be an incorrigible blockhead to reject them. Let them originate where they will. If, on the contrary, they are improper and exceptionable, you might have discountenanced the measure without vilifying the man. Inconsiderable and weak as I esteem you, you have still an interest in the constitutional claims of an English subject, equal to a nobleman, equal to an intelligent being. These you have no right to sacrifice even to your own predominant folly. You assert that you are, and ever have been, as steady a friend to the rights and privileges of your country as any man whatsoever, etc. What then is that exact point of difference, that chaste line of decorum, to which your love of your country will carry you, and no further? All those concerned in consulting and labouring for the redemption of their country must be very exemplary Christians, or your patriotism hangs so loosely about you that your country may perish rather than you will unite for its salvation with a man not completely orthodox. For no political measures can possibly be reasonable or just which are not dictated by men of piety and real Christianity. The truth of this observation will appear with peculiar lustre when we consider what a paltry figure those ancient heathenish states of Greece and Rome made in the primitive ages. You elsewhere shrewdly remark that it has always been astonishing to the world how any important trusts came to be committed to Dr. Young. The best account that can be given for it, you believe, is that he has appeared ready to lead in such bold and exceptional measures as rather savoured of faction than boded any good to the public, which is in plain English that because the measures he proposed were dangerous and exceptionable, therefore the town approved and confided in him. To wave the illiberal slander upon the town, I question, most Christian sir, whether any article of Dr. Young's creed will shock decency and common sense more than this. The present crisis is truly an alarming one to your country. The few friends of the people have abundant necessity to have their hands strengthened. The man who deserts now is the worst enemy of his country. You, sir, have done this, with the aggravated guilt of endeavouring to load with obloquy the cause you abandon. I scorn to keep terms with a man I esteem so base. You have provided yourself a retreat, being assured of the smiles of power. Nay, more, you are entitled to their favour, for the rank injury you meant to the oppressed people, and we shall probably see such baseness distinguished in the commissioned scrolls of scoundrels and rescinders. Vindex. End of section 77. Section 78 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Arthur Lee, R. H. Lee, Life of Arthur Lee, Volume 2, pages 196-197. Boston, November 30th, 1772. My dear Sir, my last letter to you was of the 3rd instant. I now enclose the proceedings of this town at a meeting appointed to receive the report of the committee, which is attested by the town clerk, and published by order of the town. Our enemies are taking all imaginable pains to disparage the proceedings and prevent their having any effect in the country. They are particularly endeavouring to have it believed that the vote was carried at a very thin meeting, and in the Court Gazette of last week have had the assurance to say that there were not more than 20 persons present, and that not 10 voted for it, whereas it was much such a meeting, or rather fuller than the last. The town of Roxbury, adjacent to this, have met, and against the efforts of the whole cabal, have raised a committee of 9 persons to take our proceedings into consideration, and report at an adjournment, having before voted the independency of the judges, a most dangerous innovation. Plymouth, another large town 40 miles distant, has also met, but we have not yet heard what has been done there. From the spirit of the petitions to their selectmen for a meeting, among the enclosed papers, I hope to send you an agreeable account. Other towns are in motion of their accord, for our pamphlet is not yet sent into the country towns, Roxbury excepted. The conspirators are very sensible that if our design succeeds, there will be an apparent union of sentiments among the people of this province, which may spread through the continent. You cannot then wonder that their utmost skill is employed to oppose it. I intended to have sent my last by Captain Scott, but having failed in that design, I herewith enclose it. I am disappointed if I do not receive a letter from you by every vessel that arrives here. Be assured that I am with great esteem, sir, your humble servant. End of section 78.
Section 79 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bo Wood. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Elbridge Gerry, December 7, 1772. To Elbridge Gerry, My dear Sir, I have just received yours of the 26th November, and take the earliest opportunity to acknowledge it. I shall lay it before our committee as soon as may be. Hope you have had a happy meeting this day, and rest with esteem. Sir, your friend, Monday, 10 o'clock evening. End of section 79. Recording by Bo Wood.
Section 80 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To William Checkley. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library, Boston, December 14th, 1772. My dear Sir, I am at a loss to determine in my own mind whether a letter from me will be agreeable to you, as I have not received a line from you since I wrote my last several months ago. If any consideration has brought you to a resolution no longer to keep up an epistolary conversation with me, I must on my part cease. But while I remember former connections, I shall never forget the only surviving branch of a family I loved, and shall make myself as happy as possible in silently wishing the best welfare of him whose regards I think I have not forfeited. It is not an easy thing at this time of my life to put me out of the possession of myself. I have been used to the alternate frowns and smiles of many who call themselves, and some of them in truth are my friends. I bear it all with equanimity, infinitely better pleased with the approbation of my own mind than I should be with the flatteries of the great and in the sunshine of power. Those who love this country, I have the vanity to think, are in reality my friends, for they must be convinced that the small share of ability which gracious heaven has been pleased to bestow on me has ever been employed for its happiness. If I have mistaken its true happiness, which by the way I think I have not, it belongs to the candid to overlook it. The opinion of others I very little regard, and have a thorough contempt for all men, be their names, characters, and stations what they may, who appear to be the irreclaimable enemies of religion and liberty. Had I not thought it would have been rather an inconvenience to you, I should have sent you the last week the votes and proceedings of your native town. If I can be informed by you that it will not be disagreeable, I will send you a printed copy by the next post. Although I have already transgressed the bounds of a letter to so great a stranger, yet having a warm friendship for Mrs. Checkley, I cannot help desiring you to make mention of my own and my family regards to her. Having said this, I must beg you to believe, whatever others may have whispered to the contrary, that I am yours affectionately. End of section 80. Section 81 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, December 14th, 1772. To the printers. Notwithstanding the ministerial tools have so often puffed upon the impartiality of the Court Gazette, we have had a second instance of the necessity the select men of this town have thought themselves under to vindicate the cause of liberty and truth, from the gross misrepresentations of well-known facts that have been made in that immaculate paper. If Mr. Draper had had the least inclination to have ascertained the falsehood of the paragraph inserted in his paper of the 26th of November, it was so notorious that without giving the select man the trouble of it, he might have done it himself, by inquiring of perhaps the first honest man he had met in the street. But it was calculated to mislead the reader into a belief that not 10 persons voted for sending the letter of correspondence into the country, and therefore it must, to answer so good a purpose, be inserted in that circulating gazette, whether true or false, and the publisher, very demurely by way of atonement, after the falsehood is detected, promises the injured public to inquire into the foundation of it. In his last gazette he informs his readers that he had accordingly applied to his author, who, he says, does not deny the number present at the meeting, as declared by the selectmen when the first vote passed. Now the selectmen declare that a respectable number of the inhabitants attended the meeting through the day, and when the letter, after being twice read and amended in the meeting, was voted and accepted to be sent, it appeared to them, and they are well satisfied, that there was not less than 300 inhabitants present, and in the opinion of others the number was much larger, which is undoubtedly the fact. But Mr. Draper's author of the note, if he had any, had said that, when the votes passed for sending the letter, there was not 20 men present, besides the gentlemen selectmen and some of the committee. The contradiction appeared so glaring even in Mr. Draper's eyes, as well as others, that after he had published it to the world, he thought his own reputation concerned, as indeed it was, to inquire into the foundation of the report, which he ought to have done before. The man of verity, his author, makes a shift to tell him that truly it was a vote that passed half an hour after 9 o'clock that he meant in his note, when most of the inhabitants had withdrawn. But he does not now say what vote he meant in his note, though when he reported it, with some confidence, he plumply said it was the vote for sending the letter. The man who is resolved to serve a party at the expense of truth should have the best of memories, the want of which has rendered the court writers oftentimes inconsistent with themselves and with each other. But what else are we to expect from champions of a cause which has only the feeble props of misrepresentation and low artifice to support it? As this author reported according to Draper with some confidence, he ought to have informed himself of a known fact, that the question debated at half an hour after 9 o'clock, as he now says, or at about 10, as he had asserted in his note, was not whether the letter should be sent to the selectmen of the towns in the country. That had been determined by a full vote, nemine contradicente, before most of the inhabitants had withdrawn. It was after this vote had passed, and when it is allowed the meeting was thin, a question of much less importance than the other was debated, viz., in what manner the letter should be sent, upon which it was agreed that the town clerk should sign and forward it by the direction of the committee. Accordingly, I am well assured it has been forwarded to 4/5 of the gentlemen selectmen in the country, the representatives of the several towns, the members of His Majesty's Council, and others of note, by the direction of the committee, in pursuance of the vote of the town, with less expense for carriage than $2. I have a better opinion of the good sense of the people of this country than to believe they will be diverted from an attention to matters which essentially concern their own and their children's best birthrights, and which every day become more serious and alarming, by the trifles that are every week thrown out, perhaps with that very design, in the Court Gazette more especially. The axe is laid at the root of our happy civil constitution. Our religious rights are threatened. These important matters are the subjects of the letters of this town to our friends and fellow sufferers in the country. Whether there were present at the meeting 300 or 3,000, it was a legal meeting, as legal as a meeting of the General Assembly convened by the King's writ or a meeting of His Majesty's Council summoned by His Excellency the Governor. This I say with due respect to those great assemblies. The selectmen, among whom is the honourable gentleman who was moderator of the meeting, have condescended to publish it under their hands, that a very respectable number attended the meeting through the day. If it had been as thin a meeting as Mr. Draper's writers would fain have the country think it was, still, being a legal meeting, their proceedings according to the warrant for calling it would have been as legal as those of His Majesty's Council when 7 gentlemen only, which number by their charter constitutes a quorum, out of their whole number, 28, happen to be present. If the generality of my countrymen shall think those proceedings to be of any importance to them, and shall act upon them with their own good sense and understanding, I care not who concern themselves in adjusting the private, moral, or religious characters of Dr. Young and the Lieutenant Governor. The part which each of these gentlemen has acted upon the political stage is well known. I would just observe to Mr. Draper that the name of the gentleman who furnished him with the note before referred to is perhaps not so deep a secret as he may imagine it to be. It may be he had then no thought that a story inadvertently told would have been immediately worked up by the press. This, however, has been done, and the public has been thereby abused. It should make one cautious not too suddenly to communicate any piece of intelligence, especially of importance, and still more especially of political importance, to one whose business it is to publish what he hears. Mr. Draper may flatter himself that the credit of his paper has not yet suffered. It is sometimes not an easy thing to persuade a man to believe that to be true which he wishes may not be true. It must needs be difficult to establish in the minds of impartial men the reputation of a paper, the publisher of which, to use the mild, very mild expressions of the selectmen, has suffered. It may be said repeatedly, what was so different from the fact to be inserted, before he had opportunity to be very particular in his inquiries about it, especially as it was a matter, by his own concession, so interesting to the people in the country as that they ought to be satisfied whether the report be true or false. This, we hope, by the interposition of the selectmen, is now done, and it was the more necessary, because the same gentleman who furnished Mr. Draper with the note, as he calls it, had related the story which is now detected to a person going and since gone into a distant country in this province. Whether Mr. Draper, in the conclusion of what he inserted in his last, signed the printer, had an intention obliquely to reflect on the honour of the selectmen, those gentlemen, if they please, will consider. Candidus. End of section 81. Section 82 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Elbridge Gerry, J.T. Austin, Life of Elbridge Gerry, Volume 1, pages 23 to 25. Boston, December 23rd, 1772. My dear Sir, the further proceedings of the truly patriotic town of Marblehead, together with your own esteemed favours of the 16th and 21st instant, came to my hand in due season. The proceedings I immediately communicated to our chairman, and from your hint that it was thought proper to suspend the publication, together with assurances of letters from some other town speedily, we agreed also to suspend the calling a meeting of our committee, which, however, will be done soon. Agreeably to the intimations in your last, I find in the Essex Gazette what shall I call it, a disapprobation, to use their own term, signed by a few men of the proceedings of a whole town. If in fact there was but about 20 persons who voted at the meeting, and all the rest were against the measure, I wonder much that they did not follow the example of so eminent a person as the single dissentient and outvote you when they had it in their power. Or why could not the 29 disapprobators have attended the meeting the second time, and prevented your taking such measures from which they are apprehensive the town will incur a great deal of public censure? This would indeed have been meritorious. I am a stranger to most of the gentlemen who have thus signalized themselves. Mr. Mansfield I once thought a zealous Whig. Perhaps I was mistaken. After all, the whole seems to be but a weak effort. Their third reason appears to me so excessively puerile that I am surprised that gentlemen of character could deliberately set their hands to it. Your last proceedings sent to us in manuscript are attested by the town clerk. I am sorry to observe that the printed copy in the Essex Gazelle is without his attestation, because an advantage may be made of it in our Court Gazette to lessen its credit and authority. To prevent which I intend the next Monday's papers shall have it from the manuscript, unless, which I cannot much expect, I shall be otherwise advised by you. I was thinking that you might turn the tables upon your disapprobating friends by getting a much larger subscription from persons who were not at the meeting and approve of the proceedings. Whether it be prudent or worth while to try this method, you must certainly be a better judge than I am. The tools of power, little and great, are taking unwearied pains to prevent the meeting of the towns, but they do not succeed altogether to their wishes. I cannot help entertaining some sanguine hopes that the measures we have pursued will have a happy event. End of section 82. Section 83 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Darius Sessions. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. Boston, December 28, 1772. Sir, this day I had the honor of receiving a letter signed by yourself and other gentlemen of note in Providence. The subject is weighty and requires more of my attention than a few hours to give you my digested sentiments of it. Neither have I yet had an opportunity of advising with the few among my acquaintances whom I would choose to consult upon a matter which in my opinion may involve the fate of America. This I intend soon to do, and shall then, I hope, be able to communicate to you, before the time you have set shall expire, such thoughts as in your judgment may perhaps be wise and salutary on so pressing an occasion. Thus much, however, seems to me to be obvious at first view, that the whole Act of Parliament, so far as it relates to the colonies, and consequently the commission which is founded upon it, is against the first principles of government and the English Constitution, Magna Carta, and many other Acts of Parliament, declaratory of the rights of the subject, and therefore the guardians of the rights of the subject will consider whether it be not their duty, so far from giving the least countenance to the execution of it, to declare it, ipso facto, null and void. This commission seems to be substituted in the room of a grand jury, which is one of the greatest bulwarks of the liberty of the subject, instituted for the very purpose of preventing mischief being done by false accusers. By the Act of Parliament of the 25th of Edward III, in the true sense of the words, the best of kings, it is established that none shall be taken by suggestion made to the king or his council, which seems to me to be the present point, unless it be by indictment or presentment of good and lawful people of the same neighborhood, where such deeds be done. And if anything be done against the same, it shall be redressed and holden for none. But certain persons proscribed in the colony of Rhode Island are to be taken without such indictment or presentment, and carried away from the neighborhood where deeds unlawful are suggested to the king to have been committed, and there put to answer contrary to that law, which even so long ago was held to be the old law of the land. One reason given in the act for taking away that accursed court called the Star Chamber was because all matters examinable and determinable before that court might have their due punishment and correction by the common law of the land, and in the ordinary course of justice elsewhere. But here seems to be a stopping of the ordinary course of justice, and by setting up a court of inquiry founded upon a suggestion of evil deeds made to the king and of certain persons supposed to be concerned therein, jurisdiction is given to others than the constituted ordinary courts of justice, and in a way other than the ordinary course of the law. That is an arbitrary way to examine and draw into question matters and things which, by the act for regulating the Privy Council, it is declared that neither His Majesty nor his Privy Council have or ought to have any jurisdiction power or authority to do. In short, this measure appears to me to be repugnant to the first principles of natural justice. The interested servants of the Crown, and some of them pensioned, perhaps biased and corrupted, being the constituted judges, whether this or that subject shall be put to answer for a supposed offence against the Crown, and that in a distant country, to their great detriment and danger of life and fortune, even if their innocence should be made to appear. What man is safe from the malicious prosecution of such persons, unless it be the cringing sycophant, and even he holds his life and property at their mercy? It should awaken the American colonies, which have been too long dozing upon the brink of ruin. It should again unite them in one band. Had that union, which once happily subsisted, been preserved, the conspirators against our common rights would never have ventured such bold attempts. It has ever been my opinion that an attack upon the liberties of one colony is an attack upon the liberties of all, and therefore in this instance all should be ready to yield assistance to Rhode Island. But an answer to the most material part of your letter must be referred, for the reasons I have given, to another opportunity. In the meantime, I am, with due regards to the gentlemen who have honored me with their letter, your assured friend and very humble servant. End of section 83.
Section number 84 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The Committee of Correspondence of Boston to the Committee of Correspondence of Cambridge. Boston, December 29, 1772. Gentlemen, your cordial approbation of our sincere endeavors for the common safety affords us great encouragement to persevere with alacrity in the execution of our trust. Our hands have been abundantly strengthened by the generous and manly resolves of our worthy brethren in the several towns who have hitherto acted. Should such sentiments, which we are convinced generally prevail through the province, be as generally expressed, it must refute the insidious misrepresentation so industriously propagated on both sides of the Atlantic, that the people have not virtue enough to resist the efforts made to enslave them. It affords us the greatest satisfaction to find the opportunity offered to our fellow countrymen to wipe off so ignominious a reproach so readily embraced. We trust in God, and in the smiles of heaven on the justice of our cause, that a day is hastening, when the efforts of the colonists will be crowned with success, and the present generation furnish an example of public virtue worthy the imitation of all posterity. In this we are greatly encouraged, from the thorough understanding of our civil and religious rights, liberties, and privileges throughout this province, the importance of which is so obvious that we are satisfied nothing we can offer would strengthen your sense of it. It gives us pleasure to be assured from you that the meetings of the town of Cambridge on the occasion have been so respectable, as, in our opinion, it is an evidence of their virtuous attachment to the cause of liberty. It shall be our constant endeavor to collect and communicate to our esteemed fellow countrymen every interesting information we can procure. In pursuance thereof we take the liberty to enclose a material extract of a letter from the Right Honorable the Earl of Dartmouth to His Honor the Governor of Rhode Island, dated Whitehall, September 7, 1772, which we have good reason to assure you is genuine. End of section number 84. Section number 85 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The Committee of Correspondence of Boston to the Committee of Correspondence of Plymouth. Boston, December 29, 1772. Much respected gentlemen, we, the Committee of Correspondence for the town of Boston, have received your kind letters enclosing the noble and patriotic resolves of the metropolis of the ancient colony of Plymouth. It must give singular pleasure to the friends of this country to find in all times of difficulty and danger the worthy inhabitants of Plymouth are ready to assert the natural, religious, and civil rights of the colonists in general, and of this by a new charter united province in particular. Your thorough knowledge of those rights, the sense you have of the many late infractions thereof, the manly and becoming spirit with which you have always expressed yourselves on such occasions, must best appear without any comment from your resolves for a number of years past, more especially your last, which are before the public eye. We heartily congratulate you on the return of that great anniversary, the landing of the first settlers at Plymouth, and on the religious and respectful manner in which it has been celebrated. You may say without vanity, and surely we may affirm without any such imputation, that a handful of persecuted brave people then made way for the extensive settlements of New England, that had it not been for their efforts, Virginia would have soon been abandoned, that the French who were then settled at Quebec, and the Dutch interloping in Hudson's River with the assistance they might have derived from the natives, and the aid at all times ready to be afforded by the Crown of Spain, then in possession of South America, against the Crown of England, would have availed themselves of all the continent of North America. And that at this very period Great Britain might have thought herself well off with such trifling islands as are now in the possession of the Dane. In pursuance of our instruction from this town to communicate any new infractions of our rights and liberties, we enclose an extract of a letter from Lord Dartmouth to the Governor of Rhode Island, and shall take the earliest opportunity to advise you of everything important that may occur to us. End of section number 85.
Section 86 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Darius Sessions. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. Boston, January 2nd, 1773. Sir, I wrote you on Monday last acknowledging the receipt of a letter directed to me from yourself and other worthy gentlemen in Providence. The question proposed was in what manner your colony had best behave in this critical situation, and how the shock that is coming upon it may be best evaded or sustained. It appears to me probable that the administration has a design to get your charter vacated. The execution of so extraordinary a commission, unknown in your charter and abhorrent to the principles of every free government, wherein persons are appointed to inquire into offences committed against the law of another legislature, with the power of transporting the persons they shall suspect beyond the seas to be tried, would essentially change your constitution, and a silence under such a change would be construed as submission to it. At the same time it must be considered that an open declaration of the Assembly against the appointment and order of the King, in which he is supported by an Act of the British Parliament, would be construed by the law servants of the Crown and other ministers such a defiance of the royal authority as they would advise proper to be recommended to the consideration and decision of Parliament. Should your governor refuse to call the commissioners together, or when called together the civil magistrates refuse to take measures for arresting and committing to custody such persons as upon information made shall be charged with being concerned in burning the Gaspee, or if they should issue their precepts for that purpose, the officers should refuse to execute them, the event would be perhaps the same as in the case of an open declaration before mentioned, for in all these cases it would be represented to the king and the parliament that it was to be attributed to what they will call the overbearing popularity of your government, and the same pretence would be urged for the necessity of an alteration in order to support the king's authority in the colony. As the chief object in the view of administration seems to be the vacating your charter, I cannot think the commissioners, in case they should meet together, would upon any of the aforementioned occasions choose to call upon General Gage for the aid of the troops, or make any more than the show of a readiness to execute their commission. For they might think the grand purpose would be sufficiently answered without their discussing such danger to their reputation, if not their persons. If the foregoing hypotheses are well grounded, I think it may be justly concluded that since the Constitution is already destined to suffer unavoidable dissolution, an open and manly determination of the Assembly not to consent to its ruin would show to the world and posterity that the people were virtuous, though unfortunate, and sustained the shock with dignity. You will allow me to observe that this is a matter in which the whole American continent is deeply concerned, and the submission of the colony of Rhode Island to this enormous claim of power would be made a precedent for all the rest. They ought indeed to consider deeply their interest in the struggle of a single colony, and their duty to afford her all practicable aid. This last is a consideration which I shall not fail to mention to my particular friends when our assembly shall sit the next week. Should it be the determination of a weak administration to push this measure to the utmost at all events, and the commissioners call in the aid of troops for that purpose, it would be impossible for me to say what might be the consequence. Perhaps a most violent political earthquake through the whole British Empire, if not its total destruction. I have long feared that this unhappy contest between Britain and America will end in rivers of blood. Should that be the case, America, I think, may wash her hands in innocence. Yet it is the highest prudence to prevent, if possible, so dreadful a calamity. Some such provocation as is now offered to Rhode Island will in all probability be the immediate occasion of it. Let us therefore consider whether in the present case the shock that is coming upon you may not be evaded, which is a distinct part of the question proposed. For this purpose, if your governor should omit to call the commissioners together, in consequence of a representation made to him by the Assembly, that the innovation appears to them of a most dangerous tendency, and altogether needless, inasmuch as the same inquiry might be made as effectually, and doubtless would be, by a grand jury, as is proposed to be made by the commissioners, which would be agreeable to the Constitution, and in the ordinary course of justice. A representation of this kind made by the Assembly to the governor would afford him a reasonable plea for suspending the matter till he could fully state the matter to Lord Dartmouth, and the odious light in which the commission is viewed by that and the other colonies as a measure incompatible with the English Constitution and the rights of the colonists, together with the fatal consequences of which it might probably be productive. This perhaps could not be done till the rising of Parliament, and before the next session a war or some other important event might take place which would bury this affair in oblivion. Or if it should ever come before Parliament in this manner, the delay on the part of the governor would appear to be made upon motives of sound prudence and the best advice, which would tend to soften their spirits. And besides, its appearing to be founded not directly on the principles of opposition to the authority of Parliament, the sacred importance of charters upon which many of the members hold their seats might be considered without prejudice, and the matter might subside even in Parliament. Should that be the case, it would disappoint the designs, and naturally abate the rigour of administration, and so the shock might be evaded. If, without being called together by Governor Wanton, who is first named, the rest of the commissioners should meet upon the business of their commission, which I cannot suppose they will do, especially if the governor should acquaint them with the reason of his not calling them, it would show a forward zeal to execute an order new, arbitrary, and universally odious, and how far that might justly incense the people against them personally, and lessen them in the esteem of all judicious men, they would do well calmly to consider, and how far also they would be answerable for the fatal effects that might follow such a forwardness all the world and posterity will judge. For such an event as this will assuredly go down to future ages in the page of history, and the colony and all concerned in it will be characterized by the part they shall act in the tragedy. Upon the whole, it is my humble opinion that the grand purpose of administration is either to intimidate the colony into a compliance with a measure destructive of the freedom of their constitution, or to provoke them to such a step as shall give a pretext for the vacation of their charter, which I should think must sound like thunder in the ears of Connecticut especially. Whatever measures the wisdom of your assembly may fix upon to evade the impending stroke, I hope nothing will be done which may by the invention of our adversaries be construed as even the appearance of an acquiescence in so grasping an act of tyranny. Thus I have freely given my sentiments upon the question proposed, which I should not have ventured to do had it not been requested. I have done it with the greatest diffidence, because I think I am fully sensible of my inability to enter into a question of so delicate a nature and great importance, especially as I have not had that opportunity to consult my friends, which I promised myself. I hope the Assembly of Rhode Island will in their conduct exhibit an example of true wisdom, fortitude, and perseverance. And with the greatest respect to the gentleman to whose superior understanding this and my former letter to you is submitted, I remain, sir, your assured friend and humble servant. P.S. I beg just to propose for consideration whether a circular letter from your assembly on this occasion to those of the other colonies might not tend to the advantage of the general cause, and of Rhode Island in particular. I should think it would induce each of them at least to enjoin their agents in Great Britain to represent the severity of your case in the strongest terms. To the Honourable Darius Sessions, Esquire, to be communicated. End of section 86.
Section 87 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor, January 26, 1773, Part 1. Massachusetts State Papers, pages 351 to 364. Also printed in the Boston Gazette, February the 1st, 1773, and in the speeches of His Excellency, Governor Hutchinson, Boston, 1773, pages 33 to 58. May it please Your Excellency, Your Excellency's speech to the General Assembly at the opening of this session has been read with great attention in this House. We fully agree with Your Excellency that our own happiness, as well as His Majesty's service, very much depends upon peace and order, and we shall at all times take such measures as are consistent with our Constitution and the rights of the people to promote and maintain them. That the government at present is in a very disturbed state is apparent, but we cannot ascribe it to the people's having adopted unconstitutional principles, which seems to be the cause assigned for it by Your Excellency. It appears to us to have been occasioned rather by the British House of Commons, assuming and exercising a power inconsistent with the freedom of the Constitution, to give and grant the property of the colonists, and appropriate the same without their consent. It is needless for us to inquire what were the principles that induced the councils of the nation to so new and unprecedented a measure. But when the Parliament, by an act of their own, expressly declared that the King, Lords, and Commons of the nation, quote, have and of right ought to have full power and authority to make laws and statutes of sufficient force and validity to bind the colonies and the people of America, subjects of the Crown of Great Britain, in all cases whatever, end quote. And in consequence hereof, another Revenue Act was made. The minds of the people were filled with anxiety, and they were justly alarmed with apprehensions of the total extinction of their liberties. The result of the free inquiries of many persons into the right of the Parliament to exercise such a power over the colonies seems, in your Excellency's opinion, to be the cause of what you are pleased to call the present disturbed state of the government, upon which you may not any longer, consistent with your duty to the King and your regard to the interest of the province, delay communicating your sentiments, but that the principles adopted in consequence hereof are unconstitutional, is a subject of inquiry. We know of no such disorders arising therefrom, as are mentioned by your Excellency. If grand jurors have not, on their oaths, found such offences as your Excellency, with the advice of His Majesty's Council, have ordered to be prosecuted, it is to be presumed they have followed the dictates of good conscience. They are the constitutional judges of these matters, and it is not to be supposed that, moved from corrupt principles, they have suffered offenders to escape a prosecution, and thus supported and encouraged them to go on offending. If any part of authority shall, in an unconstitutional manner, interpose in any matter, it will be no wonder if it be brought into contempt, to the lessening or confounding of that subordination which is necessary to a well-regulated state. Your Excellency's representation that the bands of government are weakened, we humbly conceive to be without good grounds, though we must own the heavy burdens unconstitutionally brought upon the people have been and still are universally and very justly complained of as a grievance. You are pleased to say that when our predecessors first took possession of this plantation or colony under a grant and charter from the Crown of England, it was their sense, and it was the sense of the kingdom, that they were to remain subject to the supreme authority of Parliament, whereby we understand your Excellency to mean, in the sense of the Declaratory Act of Parliament aforementioned, in all cases whatever. And indeed it is difficult, if possible, to draw a line of distinction between the universal authority of Parliament over the colonies and no authority at all. It is therefore necessary for us to inquire how it appears, for your Excellency has not shown it to us, that when or at the time that our predecessors took possession of this plantation or colony under a grant and charter from the Crown of England, it was their sense and the sense of the kingdom that they were to remain subject to the authority of Parliament. In making this inquiry, we shall, according to your Excellency's recommendation, treat the subject with calmness and candour, and also with a due regard to truth. Previous to a direct consideration of the charter granted to the province or colony, and the better to elucidate the true sense and meaning of it, we would take a view of the state of the English North American continent at the time, when and after possession was first taken of any part of it by the Europeans. It was then possessed by heathen and barbarous people, who had, nevertheless, all that right to the soil and sovereignty in and over the lands they possessed, which God had originally given to man. Whether their being heathen inferred any right or authority to Christian princes, a right which had long been assumed by the Pope, to dispose of their lands to others, we will leave your Excellency, or any one of understanding and impartial judgment, to consider. It is certain they had in no other sense forfeited them to any power in Europe. Should the doctrine be admitted that the discovery of lands owned and possessed by pagan people gives to any Christian prince a right and title to the dominion and property, still it is vested in the Crown alone. It was an acquisition of foreign territory, not annexed to the realm of England, and therefore at the absolute disposal of the Crown. For we take it to be a settled point, that the King has a constitutional prerogative to dispose of and alienate any part of his territories not annexed to the realm. In exercise of this prerogative, Queen Elizabeth granted the first American Charter, and claiming a right by virtue of discovery, then supposed to be valid to the lands which are now possessed by the colony of Virginia, she conveyed to Sir Walter Raleigh the property, dominion, and sovereignty thereof, to be held of the Crown by homage and a certain render, without any reservation to herself, of any share in the legislative and executive authority. After the attainder of Sir Walter, King James I created 2 Virginian companies, to be governed each by laws, transmitted to them by his Majesty, and not by the Parliament, with power to establish, and cause to be made, a coin to pass current among them, and vested with all liberties, franchises, and immunities within any of his other dominions, to all intents and purposes, as if they had been abiding and born within the realm. A declaration similar to this is contained in the first charter of this colony, and in those of other American colonies, which shows that the colonies were not intended or considered to be within the realm of England, though within the allegiance of the English Crown. After this, another charter was granted by the same King James to the Treasurer and Company of Virginia, vesting them with full power and authority to make, ordain, and establish all manner of orders, laws, directions, instructions, forms and ceremonies of government and magistracy, fit and necessary, and the same to abrogate, and so forth, without any reservation for securing their subjection to Parliament and future laws of England. A third charter was afterwards granted by the same king to the Treasurer and Company of Virginia, vesting them with full power and authority to make laws, with an addition of this clause, so always that the same be not contrary to the laws and statutes of this our realm of England. The same clause was afterwards copied into the charter of this and other colonies, with certain variations, such as that these laws should be consonant to reason, not repugnant to the laws of England, as nearly as conveniently may be to the laws, statutes, and rights of England, and so forth. These modes of expression convey the same meaning, and serve to show an intention that the laws of the colonies should be as much as possible conformable in the spirit of them to the principles and fundamental laws of the English Constitution, its rights and statutes then in being, and by no means to bind the colonies to a subjection to the supreme authority of the English Parliament. And that this is the true intention, we think it further evident from this consideration, that no acts of any colony legislative are ever brought into Parliament for inspection there, though the laws made in some of them, like the acts of the British Parliament, are laid before the King for his dissent or allowance. We have brought the first American charters into view, and the state of the country when they were granted, to show that the right of disposing of the lands was, in the opinion of those times, vested solely in the Crown, that the several charters conveyed to the grantees, who should settle upon the territories therein granted, all the powers necessary to constitute them free and distinct states, and that the fundamental laws of the English Constitution should be the certain and established rule of legislation, to which the laws to be made in several colonies were to be as nearly as conveniently might be conformable or similar, which was the true intent and import of the words, not repugnant to the laws of England, consonant to reason, and other variant expressions in the different charters. And we would add that the King in some of the charters reserves the right to judge of the consonance and similarity of their laws with the English Constitution, to himself and not to the Parliament, and in consequence thereof, to affirm or within a limited time disallow them. These charters, as well as that afterwards granted to Lord Baltimore, and other charters, are repugnant to the idea of parliamentary authority, and to suppose a parliamentary authority over the colonies, under such charters, would necessarily induce that solecism in politics, imperium in imperio, and the king's repeatedly exercising the prerogative of disposing of the American territory by such charters, together with the silence of the nation thereupon, is an evidence that it was an acknowledged prerogative. But, further to show the sense of the English crown and nation, that the American colonists, and our predecessors in particular, when they first took possession of this country, by a grant and charter from the crown, did not remain subject to the supreme authority of Parliament, we beg leave to observe that when a bill was offered by the two Houses of Parliament to King Charles I, granting to the subjects of England the free liberty of fishing on the coast of America, he refused his royal assent, declaring as a reason that the colonies were without the realm and jurisdiction of Parliament. In like manner his predecessor James I had before declared upon a similar occasion, quote, that America was not annexed to the realm, and it was not fitting that Parliament should make laws for those countries. End quote. The reason was, not secretly, but openly declared in Parliament. If, then, the colonies were not annexed to the realm, at the time when their charters were granted, they never could afterwards without their own special consent, which has never since been had or even asked. If they are not now annexed to the realm, they are not a part of the kingdom, and consequently not subject to the legislative authority of the kingdom. For no country by the common law was subject to the laws or to the Parliament but the realm of England. We would, if your Excellency pleases, subjoin an instance of conduct in King Charles II, singular indeed, but important to our purpose, who in 1769 framed an act for a permanent revenue for the support of Virginia, and sent it there by Lord Culpeper, the governor of that colony, which was afterwards passed into a law, quote, and enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty, end quote, by and with the consent of the General Assembly of Virginia. If the king had judged the colony to be a part of the realm, he would not, nor could he, consistently with Magna Charta, have placed himself at the head of, and joined with any legislative body, in making a law to tax the people there, other than the Lords and Commons of England. Having taken a view of the several charters of the first colony in America, if we look into the old charter of this colony, we shall find it to be grounded on the same principle, that the right of disposing the territory granted therein was vested in the Crown, as being the Christian sovereign who first discovered it, when in the possession of heathens, and that it was considered as being not within the realm, but being only within the fee and signory of the king. As therefore it was without the realm of England, must not the king, if he had designed that the Parliament should have any authority over it, have made special reservation for that purpose, which was not done? Your Excellency says, it appears from the Charter itself to have been the sense of our predecessors, who first took possession of this plantation, or colony, that they were to remain subject to the authority of Parliament. You have not been pleased to point out to us how this appears from the Charter, unless it be in the observation you make on the above-mentioned clause, viz., that a favourable construction has been put upon this clause, when it has been allowed to intend such laws of England only, as are expressly made to respect us, which you say is by charter, a reserve of power and authority to Parliament, to bind us by such laws at least as are made expressly to refer to us, and consequently is a limitation of the power given to the General Court. But we would still recur to the Charter itself, and ask your Excellency how this appears from thence to have been the sense of our predecessors. Is any reservation of power and authority to Parliament thus to bind us, expressed or implied in the Charter? It is evident that King Charles I, the very prince who granted it, as well as his predecessor, had no such idea of the supreme authority of Parliament over the colony. From their declarations before recited. Your Excellency will then allow us further to ask, by what authority, in reason or equity, the Parliament can enforce a construction so unfavourable to us. Quod ab initio injustum est, nullum potest habere juris effectum, said Grotius, which with submission to your Excellency may be rendered thus. Whatever is originally in its nature wrong can never be sanctified or made right by repetition and use. End of section 87. Section 88 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor, January 26, 1773, Part 2. In solemn agreement, subsequent restrictions ought never to be allowed. The celebrated author, whom your Excellency has quoted, tells us that neither the one or the other of the interested or contracting powers hath a right to interpret at pleasure. This we mention to show, even upon a supposition, that the Parliament had been a party to the contract, the invalidity of any of its subsequent acts, to explain any clause in the Charter, more especially to restrict or make void any clause granted therein to the General Court. An agreement ought to be interpreted in such a manner as that it may have its effect. But if your Excellency's interpretation of this clause is just, that it is a reserve of power and authority to Parliament to bind us by such laws as are made expressly to refer to us, it is not only a limitation of the power given to the General Court to legislate, but it may, whenever the Parliament shall think fit, render it of no effect. For it puts it in the power of Parliament to bind us by as many laws as they please, and even to restrain us from making any laws at all. If your Excellency's assertions in this, and the next succeeding part of your speech, were well grounded, the conclusion would be undeniable, that the Charter, even in this clause, does not confer or reserve any liberties worth enjoying. But what would have been enjoyed without it, saving that within any of His Majesty's dominions we are to be considered barely as not aliens? You are pleased to say it cannot be contended that by the liberties of free and natural subjects, which are expressly granted in the Charter to all intents, purposes, and constructions whatever, is to be understood an exemption from Acts of Parliament, because not represented there, seeing it is provided by the same Charter that such acts shall be in force. If, says an eminent lawyer, the King grants to the town of D the same liberties which London has, this shall be intended the like liberties. A grant of the liberties of free and natural subjects is equivalent to a grant of the same liberties. And the King, in the first Charter to this colony, expressly grants that it shall be construed, reputed, and adjudged in all cases most favourably on the behalf and for the benefit and behoof of the said Governor and Company, and their successors any matter, cause or thing whatsoever, to the contrary notwithstanding. It is one of the liberties of free and natural subjects, born and abiding within the realm, to be governed, as your Excellency observes, by laws made by persons, in whose elections they from time to time have a voice. This is an essential right, for nothing is more evident than that any people who are subject to the unlimited power of another must be in a state of abject slavery. It was easily and plainly foreseen that the right of representation in the English Parliament could not be exercised by the people of this colony. It would be impracticable, if consistent with the English Constitution, and for this reason, that this colony might have and enjoy all the liberties and immunities of free and natural subjects within the realm. As stipulated in the Charter, it was necessary, and a legislative was accordingly constituted within the colony, one branch of which consists of representatives chosen by the people, to make all laws, statutes, ordinances, and so forth, for the well ordering and governing the same, not repugnant to the laws of England, or, as nearly as conveniently might be, agreeable to the fundamental laws of the English Constitution. We are therefore still at a loss to conceive where your Excellency finds it, provided in the same Charter, that such acts, viz. Acts of Parliament, made expressly to refer to us, shall be in force in this province. There is nothing to this purpose expressed in the Charter, or in our opinion even implied in it. And surely it would be very absurd that a Charter which is evidently formed upon a supposition and intention that a colony is and should be considered as not within the realm, and declared by the very Prince who granted it to be not within the jurisdiction of Parliament, should yet provide that the laws which the same Parliament should make expressly to refer to that colony should be enforced therein. Your Excellency is pleased to ask, does it follow that the government, by their, our ancestors, removal from one part of the dominion to another, loses its authority over that part to which they removed, and that they are freed from the subjection they were under before? We answer, if that part of the King's dominions to which they removed was not then a part of the realm, and was never annexed to it, the Parliament lost no authority over it, having never had such authority, and the emigrations were consequently freed from the subjection they were under before their removal. The power and authority of Parliament being constitutionally confined within the limits of the realm and the nation collectively, of which alone it is the representing and legislative assembly, your Excellency further asks, will it not rather be said that by this, their voluntary removal, they have relinquished for a time at least one of the rights of an English subject, which they might, if they pleased, have continued to enjoy, and may again enjoy whenever they return to the place where it can be exercised? To which we answer, they never did relinquish the right to be governed by laws made by persons in whose election they had a voice. The King stipulated with them that they should have and enjoy all the liberties of free and natural subjects, born within the realm, to all intents, purposes, and constructions whatsoever. That is, that they should be as free as those who were to abide within the realm. Consequently, he stipulated with them that they should enjoy and exercise this most essential right, which discriminates free men from vassals, uninterruptedly in its full sense and meaning, and they did and ought still to exercise it without the necessity of returning, for the sake of exercising it, to the nation or state of England. We cannot help observing that your Excellency's manner of reasoning on this point seems to us to render the most valuable clauses in our Charter unintelligible, as if persons going from the realm of England to inhabit in America should hold and exercise there a certain right of English subjects, but in order to exercise it in such manner as to be of any benefit to them, they must not inhabit there, but return to the place where alone it can be exercised. By such construction, the words of the Charter can have no sense or meaning. We forbear remarking upon the absurdity of a grant to persons born without the realm, of the same liberties which would have belonged to them if they had been born within the realm. Your Excellency is disposed to compare this government to the variety of corporations, formed within the kingdom, with power to make and execute bye-laws, and so forth, and because they remain subject to the supreme authority of Parliament, to infer that this colony is also subject to the same authority. This reasoning appears to us not just. The members of those corporations are resident within the kingdom, and residence subjects them to the authority of Parliament, in which they are also represented. Whereas the people of this colony are not resident within the realm. The Charter was granted with the express purpose to induce them to reside without the realm. Consequently, they are not represented in Parliament there. But we would ask your Excellency, or any of the corporations formed within the kingdom, vested with the power of erecting other subordinate corporations, of enacting and determining what crimes shall be capital, and constituting courts of common law with all their officers, for the hearing, trying, and punishing capital offenders with death. These and many other powers vested in this government plainly show that it is to be considered as a corporation, in no other light than as every state is a corporation. Besides, appeals from the courts of law here are not brought before the House of Lords, which shows that the peers of the realm are not the peers of America, but all such appeals are brought before the King in council, which is a further evidence that we are not within the realm. We conceive enough has been said to convince your Excellency that when our predecessors first took possession of this plantation or colony by a grant and charter from the Crown of England, it was not and never had been the sense of the kingdom that they were to remain subject to the supreme authority of Parliament. We will now, with your Excellency's leave, inquire what was the sense of our ancestors of this very important matter. And as your Excellency has been pleased to tell us, you have not discovered that the supreme authority of Parliament has been called in question, even by private and particular persons, until within 7 or 8 years past, except about the time of the anarchy and confusion in England, which preceded the restoration of King Charles II, we beg leave to remind your Excellency of some parts of your own history of Massachusetts Bay. Therein we are informed of the sentiments of persons of influence. After the Restoration, from which the historian tells us some parts of their conduct, that is, of the General Assembly, may be pretty well accounted for. By the history it appears to have been the opinion of those persons of influence that the subjects of any prince or state had a natural right to remove to any other state, or to another quarter of the world, unless the state was weakened or exposed by such remove. And even in that case, if they were deprived of the right of all mankind, liberty of conscience, it would justify a separation, and upon their removal, their subjection determined and ceased. That the country to which they had removed was claimed and possessed by independent princes, whose right to the lordship and sovereignty thereof had been acknowledged by the kings of England, an instance of which is quoted in the margin, that they themselves had actually purchased for valuable consideration not only the soil, but the dominion, the lordship and sovereignty of those princes, without which purchase, in the sight of God and men, they had no right or title to what they possessed. They had received a charter of incorporation from the king, from whence arose a new kind of subjection, namely a voluntary civil subjection, and by this compact they were to be governed by laws made by themselves. Thus it appears to have been the sentiments of private persons, though persons by whose sentiments the public conduct was influenced. That their removal was a justifiable separation from the mother state, upon which their subjection to that state determined and ceased. The supreme authority of Parliament, if it had then ever been asserted, must surely have been called into question by men who had advanced such principles as these. The first Act of Parliament, made expressly to refer to the colonies, was after the Restoration. In the reign of King Charles II, several such acts passed, and the same history informs us there was a difficulty in conforming to them, and the reason of this difficulty is explained in a letter of the General Assembly to their agent, quoted in the following words: "They apprehended them to be an invasion of the rights, liberties, and properties of the subjects of His Majesty, in the colony, they not being represented in Parliament, and according to the usual sayings of the learned in the law. The laws of England were bounded within the 4 seas, and did not reach America. However, as His Majesty had signified his pleasure that those acts should be observed in the Massachusetts, they had made provision, by a law of the colony, that they should be strictly attended, which provision by a law of their own would have been superfluous if they had admitted the supreme authority of Parliament. In short, by the same history it appears that those Acts of Parliament as such were disregarded, and the following reason is given for it. It seems to have been a general opinion that Acts of Parliament have no other force than what they derived from acts made by the General Court to establish and confirm them. But still further, to show the sense of our ancestors respecting this matter, we beg leave to recite some parts of a narrative presented to the Lords of Privy Council by Edward Randolph in the year 1676, which we find in your Excellency's collection of papers lately published. Therein it is declared to be the sense of the colony that no law is in force or esteem there, but such as are made by the General Court, and therefore it is accounted a breach of their privileges and a betraying of the liberties of their Commonwealth to urge the observation of the laws of England. And further, that no oath shall be urged or required to be taken by any person, but such oath as the General Court hath considered, allowed, and required. And further, there is no notice taken of the Act of Navigation, Plantation, or any other laws made in England for the regulation of trade, that the government would make the world believe they are a free state and do act in all matters accordingly. Again, these magistrates ever reserve to themselves a power to alter, evade, and disannul any law or command, not agreeing with their humour, or the absolute authority of their government, acknowledging no superior. And further, he the Governor freely declared to me that the laws made by your Majesty and your Parliament obligeth them in nothing, but what consists with the interests of that colony, that the legislative power and authority is and abides in them solely. And in the same Mr. Randolph's letter to the Bishop of London, July the 14th, 1682, he says this independency in government is claimed and daily practised, and your Excellency being then sensible that this was the sense of our ancestors, in a marginal note in the same collection of papers, observes that this, viz., the provision made for observing the acts of trade, is very extraordinary, for this provision was an act of the colony, declaring the acts of trade shall be in force there. Although Mr. Randolph was very unfriendly to the colony, yet as his declarations are concurrent with those recited from your Excellency's history, we think they may be admitted, for the purpose for which they are now brought. Thus we see from your Excellency's history and publications the sense our ancestors had of the jurisdiction of Parliament under the first Charter, very different from that which your Excellency in your speech apprehends it to have been. It appears by Mr. Neil's History of New England that the agents who had been employed by the colony to transact its affairs in England at the time when the present charter was granted, among other reasons, gave the following for their acceptance of it, viz. The General Court has, with the King's approbation, as much power in New England as the King and Parliament have in England. They have all English privileges, and can be touched by no law, and by no tax but of their own making. This is the earliest testimony that can be given of the sense our predecessors had of the supreme authority of Parliament under the present Charter, and it plainly shows that they who, having been freely conversant with those who framed the Charter, must have well understood the design and meaning of it, suppose that the terms in our Charter, full power and authority, intended and were considered as a sole and exclusive power, and that there was no reserve in the Charter to the authority of Parliament to bind the colony by any acts whatever. Soon after the arrival of the Charter, viz. in 1692, your Excellency's history informs us the first act of this legislative was a sort of Magna Charta, asserting and setting forth their general privileges, and this clause was among the rest. No aid, tax, tallage, assessment, custom, loan, benevolence, or imposition whatever shall be laid, assessed, imposed, or levied on any of their Majesties' subjects, or their estates, on any pretence whatever, but by the act and consent of the Governor. Council and representatives of the people assembled in General Court, and though this act was disallowed, it serves to show the sense which the General Assembly, contemporary with the granting the Charter, had of their sole and exclusive right to legislate for the colony. The history says the other parts of the Act were copied from Magna Charta, by which we may conclude that the Assembly then construed the words, not repugnant to the laws, to mean conformable to the fundamental principles of the English Constitution. And it is observable that the Lords of Privy Council, so lately as in the reign of Queen Anne, when several laws enacted by the General Assembly were laid before Her Majesty for her allowance, interpreted the words in this Charter, not repugnant to the laws of England, by the words, as nearly as conveniently may be agreeable to the laws and statutes of England. And Her Majesty was pleased to disallow those acts, not because they were repugnant to any law or statute of England, made expressly to refer to the colony, but because divers persons, by virtue thereof, were punished without being tried by their peers in the ordinary courts of law, and by the ordinary rules and known methods of justice, contrary to the express terms of Magna Charta, which was a statute in force at the time of granting the Charter, and declaratory of the rights and liberties of the subjects within the realm. You are pleased to say that our provincial or local laws have, in numerous instances, had relation to Acts of Parliament, made to respect the plantations and this colony in particular. The authority of the legislator, says the same author who is quoted by your Excellency, does not extend so far as the fundamentals of the Constitution. They ought to consider the fundamental laws as sacred, if the nation has not, in very express terms, given them the power to change them. For the constitution of the state ought to be fixed, and since that was first established by the nation, which afterwards trusted certain persons with the legislative power, the fundamental laws are excepted from their commission. Now the fundamentals of the constitution of this province are stipulated in the Charter. The reasoning therefore in this case holds equally good. Much less then ought any acts or doings of the General Assembly, however numerous, to neither of which your Excellency has pointed us, which barely relate to acts of Parliament made to respect the plantations in general, or this colony in particular, to be taken as an acknowledgment of this people, or even of the Assembly, which inadvertently pass those acts that we are subject to the supreme authority of Parliament. And with still less reason are the decisions in the executive courts to determine this point. If they have adopted that as part of the rule of law, which in fact is not, it must be imputed to inattention or error in judgment, and cannot justly be urged as an alteration or restriction of the legislative authority of the province. Before we leave this part of your Excellency's speech, we would observe that the great design of our ancestors in leaving the kingdom of England was to be freed from a subjection to its spiritual laws and courts, and to worship God according to the dictates of their consciences. Your Excellency in your history observes that their design was to obtain for themselves and their posterity the liberty of worshipping God in such a manner as appeared to them most agreeable to the sacred scriptures. And the General Court themselves declared in 1651 that seeing just cause to fear the persecution of the then Bishop, and High Commission for not conforming to the ceremonies of those under their power, they thought it their safest course to get to this outside of the world, out of their view and beyond their reach. But if it had been their sense that they were still to be subject to the supreme authority of Parliament, they must have known that their design might and probably would be frustrated, that the Parliament, especially considering the temper of those times, might make what ecclesiastical laws they pleased, expressly to refer to them, and place them in the same circumstances with respect to religious matters, to be relieved from which was the design of their removal. And we would add that if your Excellency's construction of the clause in our present charter is just, another clause therein, which provides for liberty of conscience for all Christians, except Papists, may be rendered void by an Act of Parliament made to refer to us, requiring a conformity to the rites and mode of worship in the Church of England or any other. Thus we have endeavoured to show the sense of the people of this colony under both charters. And if there have been in any late instances a submission to Acts of Parliament, it has been, in our opinion, rather from inconsideration or a reluctance at the idea of contending with the parent state, than from a conviction or acknowledgment of the supreme legislative authority of Parliament. Your Excellency tells us you know of no line that can be drawn between the supreme authority of Parliament and the total independence of the colonies. If there be no such line, the consequence is either that the colonies are the vassals of the Parliament, or that they are totally independent, as it cannot be supposed to have been the intention of the parties in the compact that we should be reduced to a state of vassalage. The conclusion is that it was their sense that we were thus independent. It is impossible, your Excellency says, that there should be two independent legislators in one and the same state. May we not then further conclude that it was their sense that the colonies were, by their charters, made distinct states from the mother country? Your Excellency adds, for although there may be but one head, the King, yet the two legislative bodies will make two governments as distinct as the kingdoms of England and Scotland before the Union. Very true, may it please your Excellency, and if they interfere not with each other, what hinders but that being united in one head and common sovereign, they may live happily in that connection, and mutually support and protect each other. Notwithstanding all the terrors which your Excellency has pictured to us as the effects of a total independence, there is more reason to dread the consequences of absolute uncontrolled power, whether of a nation or a monarch, than those of a total independence. It would be a misfortune to know by experience the difference between the liberties of an English colonist and those of the Spanish, French, and Dutch. And since the British Parliament has passed an Act, which is executed even with rigour, though not voluntarily submitted to, for raising a revenue and appropriating the same, without the consent of the people who pay it, and have claimed a power of making such laws as they please, to order and govern us, your Excellency will excuse us in asking whether you do not think we already experience too much of such a difference, and have not reason to fear we shall soon be reduced to a worse situation than that of the colonies of France, Spain, or Holland. If your Excellency expects to have the line of distinction between the supreme authority of Parliament and the total independence of the colonies drawn by us, we would say it would be an arduous undertaking, and of very great importance to all the other colonies, and therefore, could we conceive of such a line, we should be unwilling to propose it without their consent in Congress. To conclude, these are great and profound questions. It is the grief of this House that by the ill policy of a late injudicious administration, America has been driven into the contemplation of them. And we cannot but express our concern that your Excellency by your speech has reduced us to the unhappy alternative, either of appearing by our silence to acquiesce in your Excellency's sentiments, or of thus freely discussing this point. After all that we have said, we would be far from being understood to have in the least abated that just sense of allegiance which we owe to the King of Great Britain, our rightful sovereign, and should the people of this province be left to the free and full exercise of all the liberties and immunities granted to them by charter, there would be no danger of an independence on the Crown. Our charters reserve great power to the Crown in its representative, fully sufficient to balance, analogous to the English Constitution, all the liberties and privileges granted to the people. All this your Excellency knows full well, and whoever considers the power and influence, in all their branches, reserved by our charter to the Crown, will be far from thinking that the Commons of this province are too independent. End of section 88.
Section 90 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Darius Sessions. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library, February 1773. Sir, as I am informed the commissioners are all now in Newport, and your assembly is to meet this day, I am anxious to know precisely the steps that are or shall be taken by each. I hope your governor will not think it proper for him to act in the commission, if the others should determine so to do. Will it not be construed as conceding on his part to the legality of it? Every movement on the side of the commissioners and the assembly must be important. I trust no concessions will be made on your part which shall have the remotest tendency to fix a precedent. For if it is once established, 1,000 commissions of the like arbitrary kind may be introduced, to the utter ruin of your free constitution. The promoters of ministerial measures in this town are pleased to hear from one of the commissioners that they are treated with great respect. Even common civility will be thus coloured to serve the great purpose. Will it not be necessary at all events for the assembly to enter a protest on their journal against so unconstitutional a proceeding? This is the sentiment of a gentleman here whose judgment I very much regard. Such has been the constant practice of the assembly of this province in like cases for some years past. You will see by our governor's speech what use is made of mistakes of this sort. They are even improved as arguments of our having voluntarily consented to be the vassals of the British Parliament. Indeed, the doctrine he has advanced strikes at the root of every civil constitution in America. If it be admissible, you have no just cause to complain of the present measure, for it is founded upon the authority of that Parliament, to the jurisdiction of which, notwithstanding your charter, you remain subject. I shall receive a letter from you by the return of the post, if your attention to the public affairs will admit of it, as a great favour. In the meantime, I beg you to excuse this hasty scrawl, and believe me to be, etc. End of section 90.
Section 91 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor, February 12, 1773. Massachusetts State Papers, pages 366 and 367. Printed also in the Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 43, pages 198 and 199. May it please your Excellency. Your message of the 4th instant informs this House that His Majesty has been pleased to order that salaries shall be allowed to the justices of the Superior Court of this province. We conceive that no judge who has a due regard to justice, or even to his own character, would choose to be placed under such an undue bias as they must be under, in the opinion of this House, by accepting of and becoming dependent for their salaries upon the Crown. Had not His Majesty been misinformed with respect to the constitution and appointment of our judges, by those who advised to this measure, we are persuaded he would never have passed such an order, as he was pleased to declare, upon his ascension to the throne, that he looked upon the independence and uprightness of the judges as essential to the impartial administration of justice, as one of the best securities of the rights and liberties of his subjects, and as most conducive to the honour of the Crown. Your Excellency's precaution to prevent all claim from the province for any services, for which the justices may also be entitled to a salary from the King, is comparatively of very small consideration with us, when we consider the many attempts that have been made effectually to render null and void those clauses in our charter, upon which the freedom of our constitution depends. We should be lost to all public feeling, should we not manifest a just resentment. We are more and more convinced that it has been the design of administration totally to subvert the constitution, and introduce an arbitrary government into this province, and we cannot wonder that the apprehensions of this people are thoroughly awakened. We wait with impatience to know, and hope your Excellency will very soon be able to assure us that the justices will utterly refuse ever to accept of support in a manner so justly obnoxious to the disinterested and judicious part of the good people of this province, being repugnant to the charter and utterly inconsistent with the safety of the rights, liberties and properties of the people. Footnote, stated to have been written by Adams in W. V. Wells' Life of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, page 47, but with no authority given. Massachusetts State Papers, page 365 and 366. End of footnote. End of section 91.
Section number 92 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To John Adams. My dear Sir, if you have had leisure to commit your thoughts to writing agreeable to my request, I shall be obliged, if you will send them by the bearer. The governor says the House have incautiously applied a rule of the common law. See the fourth column of the speech. The assertion is mine, upon your authority, as I thought. If it be vindicable, pray give me your aid in that as briefly as you please. I am sorry to trouble you at a time when I know you must be engaged, but to tell you a secret, if there be a lawyer in the house in Major Hawley's absence, there is no one whom I incline to confide in. Monday evening. End of section number 92.
Section 93 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor, March 2nd, 1773, Part 1. Massachusetts State Papers, pages 384 to 396. Printed also in the Boston Gazette, March 8th, 1773, and in the speeches of His Excellency Governor Hutchinson, pages 90 to 113. May it please your Excellency, in your speech at the opening of the present session, your Excellency expressed your displeasure at some late proceedings of the town of Boston and other principal towns in the province. And in another speech to both houses, we have your repeated exceptions at the same proceedings as being unwarrantable and of a dangerous nature and tendency, against which you thought yourself bound to call upon us to join with you in bearing a proper testimony. This House have not discovered any principles advanced by the town of Boston that are unwarrantable by the Constitution, nor does it appear to us that they have invited every other town and district in the province to adopt their principles. We are fully convinced that it is our duty to bear our testimony against innovations of a dangerous nature and tendency. But it is clearly our opinion that it is the indisputable right of all, or any of His Majesty's subjects in this province, regularly and orderly to meet together, to state the grievances they labour under, and to propose and unite in such constitutional measures as they shall judge necessary or proper to obtain redress. This right has been frequently exercised by His Majesty's subjects within the realm, and we do not recollect an instance, since the happy Revolution, when the two Houses of Parliament have been called upon to discountenance, or bear their testimony against it, in a speech from the throne. Your Excellency is pleased to take notice of some things which we allege in our answer to your first speech, and the observation you make, we must confess, is as natural and undeniably true as any one that could have been made, that if our foundation shall fail us in every part of it, the fabric we have raised upon it must certainly fall. You think this foundation will fail us, but we wish your Excellency had condescended to a consideration of what we have adduced in support of our principles. We might then perhaps have had some things offered for our conviction, more than bare affirmations, which we must beg to be excused, if we say are far from being sufficient, though they came with your Excellency's authority, for which, however, we have a due regard. Your Excellency says that as English subjects and agreeable to the doctrine of the feudal tenure, all our lands are held mediately or immediately of the Crown. We trust your Excellency does not mean to introduce the feudal system in its perfection, which, to use the words of one of our greatest historians, was a state of perpetual war, anarchy and confusion, calculated solely for defence against the assaults of any foreign power, but in its provision for the interior order and tranquillity of society extremely defective. A constitution so contradictory to all the principles that govern mankind could never be brought about but by foreign conquest or native usurpation. and a very celebrated writer calls it that most iniquitous and absurd form of government by which human nature was so shamefully degraded. This system of iniquity, by a strange kind of fatality, though originally formed for an encampment and for military purposes only, spread over a great part of Europe, and, to serve the purposes of oppression and tyranny, was adopted by princes, and wrought into their civil constitutions, and aided by the canon law, calculated by the Roman pontiff to exalt himself above all that is called God. It prevailed to the almost utter extinction of knowledge, virtue, religion, and liberty from that part of the earth. But from the time of the Reformation, in proportion as knowledge, which then darted its rays upon the benighted world, increased and spread among the people, they grew impatient under this heavy yoke, and the most virtuous and sensible among them, to whose steadfastness we, in this distant age and climate, are greatly indebted, were determined to get rid of it, and though they have in a great measure subdued its power and influence in England, they have never yet totally eradicated its principles. Upon these principles the king claimed an absolute right to, and a perfect estate in, all the lands within his dominions. But how he came by this absolute right and perfect estate is a mystery which we have never seen unravelled, nor is it our business or design at present to inquire. He granted parts or parcels of it to his friends, the great men, and they granted lesser parcels to their tenants. All therefore derived their right and held their lands upon these principles, mediately or immediately of the king, which Mr. Blackstone, however, calls in reality a mere fiction of our English tenures. By what right in nature and reason the Christian princes in Europe claim the lands of heathen people, upon a discovery made by any of their subjects, is equally mysterious. Such, however, was the doctrine universally prevailing when the lands in America were discovered. But as the people of England, upon those principles, held all the lands they possessed, by grants from the king, and the king had never granted the lands in America to them, it is certain they could have no sort of claim to them. Upon the principles advanced, the lordship and the dominion, like that of the lands in England, was in the king solely, and a right from thence accrued to him of disposing such territories, under such tenure, and for such services to be performed, as the king or lord thought proper. But how the grantees became subjects of England, that is, the supreme authority of the Parliament, your Excellency has not explained to us. We conceive that upon the feudal principles all power is in the king. They afford us no idea of Parliament. The Lord was in early times the legislator and judge over all his feudatories, says Judge Blackstone. By the struggle for liberty in England, from the days of King John to the last happy revolution, the constitution has been gradually changing for the better, and upon the more rational principles that all men by nature are in a state of equality in respect of jurisdiction and dominion, power in England has been more equally divided. And thus also in America, though we hold our lands agreeably to the feudal principles of the king, yet our predecessors wisely took care to enter into compact with the king, that power here should also be equally divided, agreeable to the original fundamental principles of the English Constitution, declared in the Magna Charta, and other laws and statutes of England made to confirm them. Your Excellency says you can by no means concede to us that it is now, or was, when the plantations were first granted, the prerogative of the kings of England to constitute a number of new governments, altogether independent of the sovereign authority of the English Empire. By the feudal principles upon which you say all the grants which have been made of America are founded, the constitutions of the Emperor have the force of law. If our government be considered as merely feudatory, we are subject to the King's absolute will, and there is no authority of Parliament, as the sovereign authority of the British Empire. Upon these principles, what could hinder the King's constituting a number of independent governments in America? That King Charles I did actually set up a government in this colony, conceding to its powers of making and executing laws, without any reservation to the English Parliament, of authority to make future laws binding therein, is a fact which your Excellency has not disproved, if you have denied it. Nor have you shown that the Parliament or nation objected to it, from whence we have inferred that it was an acknowledged right, and we cannot conceive why the King has not the same right to alienate and dispose of countries acquired by the discovery of his subjects, as he has to restore upon a treaty of peace countries which have been acquired in war, carried on at the charge of the nation, or to sell and deliver up any part of his dominions to a foreign prince or state, against the general sense of the nation, which is an act of power or prerogative which your Excellency allows. You tell us that when any new countries are discovered by English subjects, according to the general law and usage of nations, they become part of the state. The law of nations is, or ought to be, founded on the law of reason. It was the saying of Sir Edwin Sandys, in the great case of the union of the realm of Scotland with England, which is applicable to our present purpose, that there being no precedent for this case in the law is deficient, and the law being deficient, recourse is to be had to custom, and custom being insufficient, we must recur to natural reason. The greatest of all authorities, which he adds, is the law of nations. The opinions, therefore, and determinations of the greatest sages and judges of the law in the Exchequer Chamber ought not to be considered as decisive or binding, in our present controversy with your Excellency, any further than they are consonant to natural reason. If, however, we were to recur to such opinions and determinations, we should find very great authorities in our favour, to show that the statutes of England are not binding on those who are not represented in Parliament there. The opinion of Lord Coke, that Ireland was bound by statutes of England, wherein they were named, if compared with his other writings, appears manifestly to be grounded upon a supposition that Ireland had, by an act of their own, in the reign of King John, consented to be thus bound, and upon any other supposition this opinion would be against reason, for consent only gives human laws their force. We beg leave, upon what your Excellency has observed of the colony becoming a part of the state, to subjoin the opinions of several learned civilians, as quoted by a very able lawyer in this country. Colonies, says Puffendorf, are settled in different methods, for either the colony continues a part of the Commonwealth it was set out from, or else is obliged to pay a dutiful regard to the mother Commonwealth, and to be in readiness to defend and vindicate its honour, and so is united by a sort of unequal confederacy, or lastly is erected into a separate Commonwealth, and assumes the same rights with the state it descended from. And King Tullius, as quoted by the same learned author from Grotius, says, we look upon it to be neither truth nor justice, that mother cities ought of necessity, and by the law of nature, to rule over the colonies. Your Excellency has misinterpreted what we have said, that no country by the common law was subject to the laws or the Parliament, but the realm of England, and are pleased to tell us that we have expressed ourselves incautiously. We beg leave to recite the words of the judges of England in the before mentioned case, to our purpose. If a king go out of England with a company of his servants, allegiance remaineth among his subjects and servants, although he be out of his realm, whereto his laws are confined. We did not mean to say, as your Excellency would suppose, that the common law prescribes limits to the extent of the legislative power, though we shall always affirm it to be true of the law of reason and natural equity. Your Excellency thinks you have made it appear that the colony of Massachusetts Bay is holden as feudatory of the imperial crown of England, and therefore you say, to use the words of a very great authority in a case, in some respects analogous to it, being feudatory, it necessarily follows that it is under the government of the King's laws. Your Excellency has not named this authority, but we conceive his meaning must be, that being feudatory, it is under the government of the King's laws absolutely. For, as we have before said, the feudal system admits of no idea of the authority of Parliament, and this would have been the case of the colony but for the compact with the King in the Charter. Your Excellency says that persons thus holding under the Crown of England remain or become subjects of England, by which we suppose your Excellency to mean subject to the supreme authority of Parliament, to all intents and purposes, as fully as if any of the royal manors and so forth within the realm had been granted to them upon the like tenure. We apprehend with submission your Excellency is mistaken in supposing that our allegiance is due to the Crown of England. Every man swears allegiance for himself, to his own king, in his natural person. Every subject is presumed by law to be sworn to the king, which is to his natural person, says Lord Coke. Rep. on Calvin's case. The allegiance is due to his natural body, and he says, in the reign of Edward II, the Spencers, the father and the son, to cover the treason hatched in their hearts, invented this damnable and damned opinion, that homage and oath of allegiance was more by reason of the king's crown, that is, of his politic capacity, than by reason of the person of the king, upon which opinion they inferred execrable and detestable consequence. The judges of England, all but one, in the case of the union between Scotland and England, declared that allegiance followeth the natural person, not the politic, and to prove the allegiance to be tied to the body natural of the king, and not to the body politic, the Lord Coke cited the phrases of divers statutes, mentioning our natural liege sovereign. If then the homage and allegiance is not to the body politic of the king, then it is not to him as the head, or any part of the legislative authority, which your Excellency says is equally extensive with the authority of the Crown throughout every part of the Dominion, and your Excellency's observations thereupon must fail. The same judges mention the allegiance of a subject to the Kings of England, who is out of the reach and extent of the laws of England, which is perfectly reconcilable with the principles of our ancestors, quoted before from your Excellency's history, but upon your Excellency's principles appears to us to be an absurdity. The judges, speaking of a subject, say, although his birth was out of the bounds of the kingdom of England, and out of the reach and extent of the laws of England, yet if it were within the allegiance of the King of England, and so forth, Normandy, Aquitaine, Gascoigne, and other places, within the limits of France, and consequently out of the realm or bounds of the kingdom of England, were in subjection to the kings of England. And the judges say rex et regnum be not so relatives, as a king can be king but of one kingdom, which clearly holdeth not, but that his kingly power extending to divers nations and kingdoms, all owe him equal subjection, and are equally born to the benefit of his protection. and although he is to govern them by their distinct laws, yet any one of the people coming into the other is to have the benefit of the laws, wheresoever he cometh. So they are not to be deemed aliens, as your excellency in your speech supposes, in any of the dominions, all which accords with the principles our ancestors held. And he is to bear the burden of taxes of the place where he cometh. But living in one, or for his livelihood in one, he is not to be taxed in the other, because laws ordain taxes, impositions, and charges as a discipline of subjection, particularized to every particular nation. Nothing, we think, can be more clear to our purpose than this decision of judges, perhaps as learned as ever adorned the English nation, or in favour of America in her present controversy with the mother state. Your Excellency says that by our not distinguishing between the Crown of England and the Kings and Queens of England in their personal or natural capacities, we have been led into a fundamental error. Upon this very distinction we have availed ourselves. We have said that our ancestors considered the land which they took possession of in America as out of the bounds of the Kingdom of England, and out of the reach and extent of the laws of England, and that the King also, even in the act of granting the Charter, considered the territory as not within the realm, that the King had an absolute right in himself to dispose of the lands, and that this was not disputed by the nation, nor could the lands on any solid grounds be claimed by the nation, and therefore our ancestors received the lands by grant from the King, and at the same time compacted with him and promised his homage and allegiance, not in his public or politic, but natural capacity only. If it be difficult for us to show how the King acquired a title to this country in his natural capacity, or separate from his relation to his subjects, which we confess, yet we conceive it will be equally difficult for your Excellency to show how the body politic and nation of England acquired it. Our ancestors supposed it was acquired by neither, and therefore they declared, as we have before quoted from your history, that saving their actual purchase from the natives of the soil, the dominion, the lordship, and sovereignty, they had in the sight of God and man no right and title to what they possessed. How much clearer then, in natural reason and equity, must our title be, who hold estates dearly purchased at the expense of our own, as well as our ancestors' labour, and defended by them with treasure and blood. Your Excellency has been pleased to confirm, rather than deny or confute, a piece of history, which, you say, we took from an anonymous pamphlet, and by which you fear we have been too easily misled. It may be gathered from your own declaration and other authorities, besides the anonymous pamphlet, that the House of Commons took exception, not at the King's having made an absolute grant of the territory, but at the claim of an exclusive right to the fishery on the banks and sea coast, by virtue of the patent. At this, you say, the House of Commons was alarmed, and a bill was brought in for allowing a free fishery. And upon this occasion, your Excellency allows that one of the Secretaries of State declared that the plantations were not annexed to the Crown, and so were not within the jurisdiction of Parliament. If we should concede to what your Excellency supposes might possibly or perhaps be the case, that the Secretary made this declaration as his own opinion, the events show that it was the opinion of the King too, for it is not to be accounted for upon any other principle that he would have denied his loyal assent to a bill, formed for no other purpose but to grant his subjects in England the privilege of fishing on the sea coasts in America. The account published by Sir Ferdinando Gorges himself of the proceedings of Parliament on this occasion Your Excellency thinks will remove all doubt of the sense of the nation, and of the patentees of this patent or charter in 1620. This narrative, you say, has all the appearance of truth and sincerity, which we do not deny, and to us it carries this conviction with it, that what was objected in Parliament was the exclusive claim of fishing only. His imagining that he had satisfied the House, after divers attendances, that the planting a colony was of much more consequence than a simple disorderly course of fishing, is sufficient for our conviction. We know that the nation was at that time alarmed with apprehensions of monopolies, and if the patent of New England was presented by the two houses as a grievance, it did not show, as your Excellency supposes, the sense they then had of their authority over this new acquired territory, but only their sense of the grievance of a monopoly of the sea. End of section 93. Section 94 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor, March 2nd, 1773, Part 2. We are happy to hear your Excellency say that our remarks upon and construction of the words, not repugnant to the laws of England, are much the same with those of the Council. It serves to confirm us in our opinion, in what we take to be the most important matter of difference between your Excellency and the two Houses. After saying that the statute of 7th and 8th of William and Mary favours the construction of the words, as intending such laws of England as are made more immediately to respect us, you tell us that the province agent Mr. Dummer, in his much applauded defence, says that then a law of the plantations may be said to be repugnant to a law made in Great Britain, when it flatly contradicts it, so far as the law made there mentions and relates to the plantations. This is plain and obvious to common sense, and therefore cannot be denied. But if your Excellency would read a page or two further in that excellent defence, you will see that he mentions this as the sense of the phrase, as taken from an Act of Parliament, rather than as the sense he would choose himself to put upon it. And he expressly designs to show, in vindication of the Charter, that in that sense of the words, there never was a law made in the plantations repugnant to the laws of Great Britain. He gives another construction, much more likely to be the true intent of the words, namely, that the patentees shall not presume, under colour of their particular charters, to make any laws inconsistent with the Great Charter and other laws of England, by which the lives, liberties, and properties of Englishmen are secured. This is the sense in which our ancestors understood the words, and therefore they are unwilling to conform to the Acts of Trade, and disregarded them till they made provision to give them force in the colony, by a law of their own, saying that the laws of England did not reach America, and those acts were an invasion of their rights, liberties, and properties, because they were not represented in Parliament, the right of being governed by laws which were made by persons in whose election they had a voice, they looked upon as the foundation of English liberties. By the compact with the King, in the Charter, they were to be as free in America as they would have been if they had remained within the realm, and therefore they freely asserted that they were to be governed by laws made by themselves, and by officers chosen by themselves. Mr. Dummer says, "It seems reasonable enough to think that the Crown," and he might have added our ancestors, intended by this injunction to provide for all its subjects, that they might not be oppressed by arbitrary power, but being still subjects, they should be protected by the same mild laws, and enjoy the same happy government as if they continued within the realm. And, considering the words of the Charter in this light, he looks upon them as designed to be a fence against oppression and despotic power. But the construction which your Excellency puts upon the words reduces us to a state of vassalage, and exposes us to oppression and despotic power, whenever a Parliament shall see fit to make laws for that purpose, and put them in execution. We flatter ourselves that from the large extracts we have made from your Excellency's history of the colony, it appears evidently that under both charters it hath been the sense of the people and of the government that they were not under the jurisdiction of Parliament. We pray you again to turn to those quotations and our observations upon them, and we wish to have your Excellency's judicious remarks. When we adduce that history to prove that the sentiments of private persons of influence, 4 or 5 years after the Restoration, were very different from what your Excellency apprehended them to be, when you delivered your speech, you seem to concede to it, by telling us, it was, as you take it, from the principles imbibed in those times of anarchy, preceding the Restoration, that they disputed the authority of Parliament. But, you add, the government would not venture to dispute it. We find in the same history a quotation from a letter of Mr. Staunton, dated 17 years after the Restoration, mentioning the countries not taking notice of the acts of navigation to observe them. And it was, as we take it, after that time, that the government declared in a letter to their agents that they had not submitted to them, and they ventured to dispute the jurisdiction, asserting that they apprehended the acts to be an invasion of the rights, liberties, and properties of the subjects of His Majesty in the colony, they not being represented in Parliament, and that the laws of England did not reach America. It very little avails in proof that they conceded to the supreme authority of Parliament, there telling the Commissioners that the Act of Navigation had for some years before been observed here, that they knew not of its being greatly violated, and that such laws as appeared to be against it were repealed. It may as truly be said now that the Revenue Acts are observed by some of the people of this province, but it cannot be said that the government and people of this province have conceded that the Parliament had authority to make such acts to be observed here. Neither does their declaration to the Commissioners that such laws as appeared to be against the Act of Navigation were repealed prove their concession of the authority of Parliament, by any means, so much as their making provision for giving force to an Act of Parliament within this province, by a deliberate and solemn act or law of their own, proves the contrary. You tell us that the government 4 or 5 years before the Charter was vacated, in more explicitly, that is, than by a conversation with the Commissioners, acknowledged the authority of Parliament, and voted that their governor should take the oath required of him, faithfully to do and perform all matters and things enjoined him by the Acts of Trade. But does this, may it please your Excellency, show their explicit acknowledgment of the authority of Parliament? Does it not rather show directly the contrary? For what could there he for their vote or authority to require him to take the oath already required of him by the Act of Parliament, unless both he and they judged that an Act of Parliament was not of force sufficient to bind him to take such oath? We do not deny, but on the contrary are fully persuaded, that your Excellency's principles in government are still of the same with what they appear to be in the history. For, you there say, that the passing of this law plainly shows the wrong sense they had of the relation they stood in to England. But we are here from hence convinced that your Excellency, when you wrote the history, was of our mind in this respect, that our ancestors, in passing the law, discovered their opinion, that they were without the jurisdiction of Parliament. For it was upon this principle alone they showed the wrong sense they had in your Excellency's opinion of the relation they stood in to England. Your Excellency, in your second speech, condescends to point out to us the acts and doings of the General Assembly, which relates to acts of Parliament, which you think demonstrates that they have been acknowledged by the Assembly, or submitted to by the people, neither of which, in our opinion, shows that it was the sense of the nation and our predecessors, when they first took possession of this plantation or colony, by a grant and charter from the Crown, that they were to remain subject to the supreme authority of the English Parliament. Your Excellency seems chiefly to rely upon our ancestors after the Revolution, proclaiming King William and Queen Mary in the room of King James, and taking the oaths to them, the alteration of the form of oaths from time to time, and finally the establishment of the form, which every one of us has complied with, as the Charter in express terms requires and makes our duty. We do not know that it has ever been a point in dispute, whether the kings of England were ipso facto kings in and over this colony or province. The compact was made between King Charles I, his heirs and successors, and the Governor and Company, their heirs and successors. It is easy, upon this principle, to account for the acknowledgment of and submission to King William and Queen Mary, as successors of Charles I, in the room of King James. Besides, it is to be considered that the people in the colony, as well as in England, had suffered under the tyrant James, by which he had alike forfeited his right to reign over both. There had been a revolution here as well as in England. The eyes of the people here were upon William and Mary, and the news of their being proclaimed in England was, as your Excellency's history tells us, the most joyful news ever received in New England. And if they were not proclaimed here, by virtue of an act of the colony, it was, as we think may be concluded from the tenor of your history, with the general or universal consent of the people, as apparently as if such act had passed. It is consent alone that makes any human laws binding, and, as a learned author observes, a purely voluntary submission to an act, because it is highly in our favour and for our benefit, is in all equity and justice to be deemed as not at all proceeding from the right we include in the legislators, that they thereby obtain an authority over us, and that ever hereafter we must obey them of duty. We would observe that one of the first acts of the General Assembly of this province, since the present charter, was an act requiring the taking the oaths mentioned in an Act of Parliament, to which you refer us. For what purpose was this Act of the Assembly passed? If it was the sense of the legislators that the Act of Parliament was in force in the province, and at the same time another Act was made for the establishment of other oaths necessary to be taken, both which acts have the royal sanction and are now in force. Your Excellency says that when the colony applied to King William for a second charter, they knew the oath the king had taken, which was to govern them according to the statutes in Parliament, and which your Excellency here omits, the laws and customs of the same. By the laws and customs of Parliament, the people of England freely debate and consent to such statutes as are made by themselves, or their chosen representatives. This is a law or custom which all mankind may justly challenge as their inherent right. According to this law, the King has an undoubted right to govern us. Your Excellency, upon recollection, surely will not infer from hence that it was the sense of our predecessors that there was to remain a supremacy in the English Parliament, or a full power and authority to make laws binding upon us, in all cases whatever, in that Parliament where we cannot debate and deliberate upon the necessity or expediency of any law, and consequently without our consent, and as it may probably happen, destructive of the first law of society, the good of the whole. You tell us that after the assumption of all the powers of government, by virtue of the new charter, an act passed for the reviving, for a limited time, all the local laws of Massachusetts Bay and New Plymouth respectively, not repugnant to the laws of England, and at the same session an act passed establishing naval officers, that all undue trading, contrary to an act of Parliament, may be prevented. Among the acts that were then revived, we may reasonably suppose, was that whereby provision was made to give force to this Act of Parliament in the province. The establishment, therefore, of the naval officers was to aid the execution of an Act of Parliament, for the observance of which, within the colony, the Assembly had before made provision, after free debates with their own consent and by their own act. The Act of Parliament passed in 1741 for putting an end to several unwarrantable schemes mentioned by Your Excellency, was designed for the general good, and, if the validity of it was not disputed, it cannot be urged as a concession of the supreme authority to make laws binding on us in all cases whatever. But if the design of it was for the general benefit of the province, it was, in one respect, at least greatly complained of by the persons more immediately affected by it. And to remedy the inconvenience, the legislative of this province passed an act, directly militating with it, which is the strongest evidence that although they may have submitted sub silentio to some acts of Parliament that they conceived might operate for their benefit, they did not conceive themselves bound by any of its acts, which they judged would operate to the injury even of individuals. Your Excellency has not thought proper to attempt to confute the reasoning of a learned writer on the laws of nature and nations, quoted by us on this occasion, to show that the authority of the legislator does not extend so far as the fundamentals of the Constitution. We are unhappy in not having your remarks upon the reasoning of that great man, and until it is confuted, we shall remain of the opinion that the fundamentals of the Constitution being accepted from the commission of the legislators, none of the acts or doings of the General Assembly, however deliberate and solemn, could avail to change them, if the people have not, in very express terms, given them the power to do it. That much less ought their acts and doings, however numerous, which barely refer to acts of Parliament made expressly to relate to us, to be taken as an acknowledgment that we are subject to the supreme authority of Parliament. We shall sum up our own sentiments in the words of that learned writer, Mr. Hooker, in his Ecclesiastical Policy, as quoted by Mr. Locke. The lawful power of making laws to command whole political societies of men, belonging so properly to the same entire societies, that for any prince or potentate of what kind soever to exercise the same of himself, and not from express commission, immediately and personally received from God, is no better than mere tyranny. Laws therefore they are not, which public approbation hath not made so. For human laws, of what kind soever, are available by consent. Since men naturally have no full and perfect power to command whole politic multitudes of men, therefore utterly without our consent, we could, in such sort be at no man's commandment living. And to be commanded, we do not consent when that society, whereof we be a party, hath at any time before consented. We think your Excellency has not proved either that the colony is a part of the politic society of England, or that it has ever consented that the Parliament of England or Great Britain should make laws binding upon us in all cases, whether made expressly to refer to us or not. We cannot help, before we conclude, expressing our great concern that your Excellency has thus repeatedly, in a manner, insisted upon our free sentiments on matters of so delicate a nature and weighty importance. The question appears to us to be no other than whether we are the subjects of absolute unlimited power, or of a free government formed on the principles of the English Constitution. If your Excellency's doctrine be true, the people of this province hold their lands of the Crown and people of England, and their lives, liberties, and properties are at their disposal, and that even by compact and their own consent. They were subject to the king as the head ulterius populi of another people, in whose legislative they have no voice or interest. They are indeed said to have a constitution and a legislative of their own, but your Excellency has explained it into a mere phantom, limited, controlled, superseded, and nullified at the will of another. Is this the constitution which so charmed our ancestors, that, as your Excellency has informed us, they kept a day of solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God when they received it? And were they men of so little discernment, such children in understanding, as to please themselves with the imagination that they were blessed with the same rights and liberties which natural-born subjects in England enjoyed, when at the same time they had fully consented to be ruled and ordered by a legislative 1,000 leagues distant from them, which cannot be supposed to be sufficiently acquainted with their circumstances, if concerned for their interest, and in which they cannot be in any sense represented. End of section 94. End of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams.